Whoops. Okay, well. Oh well, that doesn't work. And why are you not coming up? There we go. Okay, cool. Now things are behaving. Vaguely. Let me just mute that for a bit. Cool. Okay. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, boys, and girls, and other such. Well, I'll let you decide what you want to go by. It's not me for it. It is not for me to try and tell you what you are, unless you actually ask. And then, even so, then you have to agree that that's the case. Anyway, so tonight we're looking at Lorwyn, and in about 5 weeks, I think it is, Lorwyn Eclipse comes out. About 5.5. I think it's basically. Let me think here. Like, take the date of next week's broadcast and then put it forward a month. So I think it's about 5.5 weeks. And we start hitting Lorwyn Eclipsed. So I'm going to have Lorwyn done by then. I do expect to do a stream next week. But next week will be it'll be the 23rd for me. But it'll also be the 24th for people who are. I mean, I in theory would be starting at, say, 6 p.m. my time. 6 p.m. my time, which is 11 o'clock, I believe, GMT. Or I should say UTC. Because it's not the same thing. So anyone who is an hour later than UTC, it'll already be the 24th. Because then it'll be midnight. So if you're in Australia, if you're in, if you're in India, if you're in, I think even Spain, no, not Spain, sorry, Germany should already be midnight by now, etc. So anywhere from, like, that dividing line, I mean, by the time you hit Egypt, South Africa, I doubt I got any. I doubt I have anybody watching from. Wow, I'm drawing a blank. I used to actually be really good with African geography, and that was like over 4 decades ago. And B, the world has changed since then. You know, countries that have, countries have changed names, countries have gained independence, countries have lost independence, etc., etc. We're not going to get into the politics right now. I don't like getting into politics. I really don't like getting into politics. But TLDR, a lot of stuff in Africa, and people forget Africa is not a country. A lot of people act like Africa is a single no, it is. It is an entire continent. How many nations compose Africa? Comprise Africa. According to the United Nations, there are 54. Nigeria. Nigeria, I think, is already uh, past. It's already hit midnight. Might be later than that. Madagascar is probably 1 a.m. by now. Yeah, you take a look at the top handful of countries in Africa. Two, three, four, five. Actually, you could probably wait. 372, 472, 490. With just the three most populous countries in Africa, you've almost hit 500,000,000 people. So, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I think you probably get there. I think you could probably get 1 billion people in just like the 10 most populous countries. Anyway, that's a completely different. And again, it's like it is rare to see. I mean, I think there's two countries in the world that have got over 1 billion people. I think there's only two. And the continent of Africa has got over 1 billion people in just the first 10 nations. Without counting it up, I am going to presume that the remaining 45 44 45 countries, whatever it actually ends up being, um 40 times 20 is 800. You might be able to get an extra billion out of there. So Africa itself might comprise as many as 2 billion people. 1.5 for sure, 2 billion potentially. Anyway, that is not a country, that is a continent. And people act like Africa is a single. People act like Africa is a single country. No. Africa is no more a country than Europe is a country, or you know, Canada is a province, or the USA is a state. And I mean, the state with a capital S. The United States of America, or Mexico for that matter. Yeah, but a lot of people don't realize that it's actually the United States of Mexico. Anyway, so let's start with Lorwyn, shall we? So let's start off with this, and by the way, you're going to see a lot of cards that, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but you're going to see a handful of cards that are going to have an unusual type line for us. We'll jump here real quick just so you can see what I'm referring to. This is a tribal enchantment giant. And you take a look at that and like ignore the oracle text. Look at the actual card. Actually, I'll even do it this way. Tribal enchantment giant. This is what it had been for 15 plus years. And what tribal does was it took a card that did not have a creature type, but was heavily associated with a given creature type. And as a result, it's like, oh, you're heavily associated with this creature type. Let's give you the relevant creature type. What? So Favor the Mighty was very heavily flavored on giants. And so it made sense for it to have the giant type. So the thing is, anything that would care about a giant permanent as opposed to a giant creature. Creatures are permanents, but permanent is anything that, as a category, stays in play. Creatures, enchantments, artifacts, lands, planeswalkers, battles, anything that when you cast them, when they go to resolve, they're a thing that stays in play. The only things at this point that are not permanents are instants and sorceries. You can make an argument for abilities, but abilities are attached to one of those other card types. This word tribal has since been replaced with kindred, so if you check the oracle text, so now if you check the oracle text, you'll see it says kindred enchantment, because a couple of years ago, I think it was a couple of years ago, they changed it to kindred. Oh, wow. Okay, about a year and a half ago. Mid 2024. And so, if a card is referencing cards that, in this case, have got the giant type, but it says permanent and it doesn't say creature, then you can, Favor the Mighty can be one of those cards. There are cards, for example, that reference, return a goblin card from your graveyard to your hand, and when we hit red, we can look at Tarfire, which is a tribal, now kindred. I can't remember if it's an instant or a sorcery. Goblin. It's just shock. It's 1 red for 2 damage to any target. But because it's got the goblin type, and the card says return a goblin card from your graveyard to your hand, you can bring back Tarfire. So, so that's what happened there. The other thing to keep in mind about Lorwyn is certain color combinations have certain creature types associated with them. White blue is merfolk. Kithkin, I think, is white-green. Tree folk are in white, green, and black. I don't remember where giants fit, but it's like, see, the entire block structure, it's like many color combinations, not all, but many color combinations, got certain creature types. Elementals, I believe, fit in all five, which you would say, you might turn around and say, yeah, well, that just makes sense. But not necessarily, because you have to look at from a Lorwyn perspective. And from a Lorwyn perspective, it's different. Let's see if I can actually. MTG. Things and mechanics. Let's do this. Do. Are you going to sapient species on Lorwyn? Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. So elves were black and green, which is part of the reason why when you build an elf deck for commander, it is commonly black and green. The Fae were black blue, giants were red white. Yep. Goblins were black and red. Kithkin were white and green. The Marrow, which are basically your merfolk, are white blue. Shapeshifters are everywhere. Treefolk are in Abzan. In fact, one of the first commanders that we had for a specifically Treefolk deck was Doran the Siege Tower, who's like a 0/5 for one white, one black, and one green. And creatures dealt combat damage based on toughness because tree folk in Magic, historically, have always had a bigger butt. Elementals, surprisingly, are, 5 color, largely red. Well, sorry, Flamekin themselves are primarily red. Wildlife, yeah, a lot of these are just going to be elsewhere. Like, a lot of them are going to be in white and green. Sapient species on Shadowmoor. Um, the demigods are in all 5 colors. Dragons, surprisingly, mostly red. Duergar, which are basically their version of dwarves, if I remember correctly, are red white. Elementals, again, 5 color. Elves shift over from being green black to green white. Fae now add on what was that? Yeah, Fae, right. Fae were Tamir before. They've now gained green. Giants now shift over to being red green as opposed to red white. Um, Goblins expand to now, everything but blue. Hags, I don't remember if hags were a. Yeah, no, hag was its own creature type, I think. Yeah. Um, again in Abzan, imps being black red. Again, a lot of these are going to be the more darker versions of stuff you would see when you hit Shadowmoor. Kith can now shift over to being white-blue instead of white-green. Merfolk now switch over to black, blue, and green. Noggles, I believe, were a type of goblin, are now red-blue. Oofies or oofs, I'm not entirely sure what the actual pronunciation of it is. Doesn't say. That's now everything but red. Scath? I don't remember Scath is... Oh, it's a shade. Okay. Spirits, unsurprisingly, are largely in Asper. Tree folk have largely cut the white out. Trows are basically trolls, which, because regeneration is a really big thing, black and green got that. And to be fair, you can find a lot of this kind of information. I'll just drop the link into the chats here. And if you go to the MTG wiki page, it starts off like for Lorwyn, and then it'll give you links elsewhere. God damn it. I apologize. This cough has been a pain in the neck for a while. But anyway, yeah, anything that you're interested in reading up on about how Lorwyn itself was broken down, there's a lot of information. You start off with Lorwyn. You can go to Lorwyn Shadowmoor from there. um, and then what else is there? Oh yeah, the plane itself, the Lorwyn cycle, D&D Lorwyn First Light. Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, again, welcome to any sort of Wikipedia article where stuff just goes. Anyway, so all that being introductory stuff out of the way, let's get into it. So, Entangling Trap. Oh yeah, Lorwyn also introduced an interesting mechanic. I think it really only had the one that was actually notable. Well, I had a couple. It brought us changelings, and part of the reason for changeling was mechanical, i.e., if you're trying to build a deck, and you got to remember, we're talking back 2007. This is almost 20 years ago now. If you're trying to build a deck and you don't have enough creatures of the appropriate type, you're going to have trouble building a deck based on that type. This was very much true when you're looking at playing limited in Lorwyn and you are aiming towards playing, let's say, Merfolk. And there's not quite enough Merfolk. Like, you have Merfolk payoffs, you've got a few Merfolk, but you need something more. You need more Merfolk to actually make it work. And so changelings had all creature types in all zones, and therefore you can put them in your deck, and they're merfolk. Surprise, surprise. And so what you end up with is you've got changelings that can be the glue that you need to put certain decks together. And this also means that if you are looking for, you're trying to combine merfolk and treefolk into the same deck because you've got payoffs for both, the changelings are the glue that'll keep the deck together because you've got your payoffs for merfolk and you've got your payoffs for treefolk, and this will accept both. And so that was a thing, and that made limited, sealed deck sealed, even made constructed easier. Because, for example, if you're trying to build a goblin deck in standard, you might not have enough good playable goblins. But once you add the changelings, cool. Then you get enchantments. Or sorry, then you get cards like Entangling Trap, rather, that have got Clash. And what happens when you clash is occasionally, like, cool, now we clash. Alright, you and I, or whoever the other person is, we look at basically at the same time, we reveal the top card of our library. Whoever whoever's got the higher mana value on top wins. The only question is, do you win or not? You have to win. That's it. None of the effects care about if you lose or if you tie. You have to win. Do I have a greater mana value on top of my deck than you do on yours? So you got cards for Clash. The problem with Clash is there's only a handful of cards in the entire game that care about Clash. It's 33 cards. Okay. Mana Clash is referencing its own name. This giant list of cards from Lorwyn, Morningtide, Shadowmoor, Eventide. Marvo comes from Karloff Manor Commander. And literally, it is everything else is, you have Marvo, you have Mana Clash, and everything else is from that block. Six, 7, 5, 6, 7. So most colors get about 6 cards. And black gets the least, and black still gets 5. So if you're building a deck based around Clash, you probably have to run close to all of them to even make it worth considering playing. At least as far as, at least as far as Commander's concerned. Beyond that, well, that makes it, if you're not playing Commander or one of its subvariants. And yeah, I take the way I see things, and you can argue this in the comments if you want, but the way I see things, it's like, well, Commander realistically was first. It got popularized probably, I would say the judge community really gravitated towards it probably in the late 90s. Well, no. I would probably say the early aughts. I don't know. We can, but somewhere in that time frame, somewhere around 2000, give or take a couple years on the other side. And because we didn't get Commander product, like we didn't get products based on the format till 2011. So it took some time for it to be popular enough outside the judge community. Because realistically, they were, as far as I was aware, the only people playing it. I heard about it from a judge, and then I went, ooh, that sounds fun. And so, yeah. Um, so Commander, realistically, probably was, if it wasn't first, it's up near the top. And then you got all sorts of variants that spewed out from it. You got Dual Commander, and CEDH. I'm not sure where those two. I know they're close. You got stuff like Oathbreaker or Tiny Leaders, you know, and similar effects. And they're all, you know, let's play Commander, but let's change this. Tiny Leaders. Nothing can cost more than 3 mana, including your commander, and your deck is 50 cards. You know, it's a God damn it. I would say if you're a more competitive player and don't want to deal with all the mucking around of Commander itself, Tiny Leaders might be more up your alley. I believe technical I believe technically speaking, you also start off with like 20 or 25 life. It's a much more compact, and it's going to be a much, whoops, tiny leaders, 25 life. So yeah, it's basically half size commander, and so therefore I would presume a lot more palatable and restricting everything to 3 mana or less, and I would presume a lot more palatable to people who are vaguely interested in commander at all, but a much more but don't want to get into like the full on commander format. Maybe they're too competitive and they're like, what? this 100 card deck is unwieldy, that, whatever else. They have their reasons. Um, there's actually a person I chat with online regularly, and he's very much a competitive player. And I think if I was going to try and convince him to get into Commander at all, or anything similar to Commander, I might try Tiny Leaders. It feels much more his speed. Um, it also means you don't have to run a bunch of, like, you're running the best, cheapest mass removal, for example, that you can. You're running the best, cheap, the most efficient spot removal and counters and everything else. But you can't. But you can't play Force of Will. Like anything that you could cast for free, like you actually have to pay mana for most of your spells. Oh my dog. But that's fine. It's tiny leaders. It's allowed to. Anywho, uh, but yeah. That being said, in entangling trap, the problem with rewinding all the way back to where we were before. The problem with entangling trap is you have to build around clash. You can't. It's a very what's the word I saw being used for effects like that? Um, I can't remember the name of the word. The name of the word. I can't remember the word, but it's very insular. Like I said, you're looking the only cards that work with Clash are in Lorwyn, Morningtide, Shadowmoor, Eventide. They're in that block. And like one card in Karlov Manor Commander, and that's it. That is that you get nothing else that works with that mechanic. I'll remember the term eventually. Anyway, entangling traps. That being said, if you do manage to figure out how to build a clash deck in a way that you're comfortable with, because don't forget, you only get like 5 cards in white. You're going to have to play at least 3 colors. I would suggest. Sorry, you get 6. White, blue. I would probably start aiming towards Bant if I'm playing white, because you get 6 there. You then get 7 in white, and you get 7 in green. That gives you 20. If you're able to cut it down to Bant, that gives you 20 cards. That's enough to make it a kind of a sort of a theme. And then you need enough cards that can manipulate the top of your deck, etc. But that's another story. Whenever you clash, tap target creature and opponent. So if you're able to pull this off in a way that you're comfortable with, whenever you clash, tap target creature and opponent controls. So this is just caring about you clashing in the first place. If you won, that creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. So what you then need is to be able to clash consistently. If you can do that, if you can clash consistently, great. If there's like whenever a creature enters under your control. There we go. When it enters Clash, redeem. If you clash, you can return it. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may clash. When it attacks, you can clash. Captivating glance. End of turn, you clash to see who gets control of something. Research. If you win, you can clash. If you win the clash, you get to bring it back to your hand. If you win the clash, return across the path. By the way, dangerous card because that ends up being a combo piece for some decks. Sylvan Echoes, when you clash and win, you may draw a card. So that's going to be somewhat relevant to being able to clash and win because drawing extra cards means that you are going to be drawing into your clash cards more often. So, yeah, okay. Again, probably going to have to be in band. And you're probably going to have to play some cards that can, you're going to have to play cards that can return cards back from your graveyard to hand or to play or whatever. You're going to have to play some way to replay some of your cards, but it shouldn't be too terribly bad. But Entangling Trap, the thing to recognize about Entangling Trap is whenever you clash, tap target creature and opponent controls. So if your deck is, insular, I forgot what the actual word they use is. But it feeds in on itself. It's when you clash, like if you're building a deck that's based around clashing, this is going to have an effect, period. If you win, the effect is better, but it's going to have a regular effect as long as you're clashing fairly regularly. Cool. And sometimes that's all you need, because here's the thing. This is an enchantment with a triggered ability. This is not an activated ability. This is a triggered ability. It happens whenever you do the thing. So if you are deciding to break down and build around Clash, in my opinion, you probably want to play 5 colors just so you've got the most flexibility. You can do it in as little as 3, but I wouldn't go... I would probably... Again, I'd probably go Bant. Well, if I'm playing Entangling Trap, I'm probably trying to do it in Bant. 6, 5... Yeah. Bant seems like the most you're going to get because you get 7 out of green and you get 7 out of blue. And then it's either 6 in white or 6 in red. Or 5 in black. So we rule out black. So you could go Teamer or you could go Band. And that would get you 20. And that should be enough cards to get going, especially if you're able to play cards that can get you consistently clashing somehow. So, you're playing this, you're playing white, you're probably playing Band. Or you're playing four or five colors. But you're at least in Band, in my opinion. Um, and this is fine. You know, again, it's a triggered ability that triggers when you do the thing that your deck is trying to do. And if you're successful, it does a better version. It's perfectly fine again, but you have to be playing Band. Well, you have to be playing at least Band. Wellgabber Apothecary. 4 mana for a 2/3 Merfolk Cleric. Yeah, the first time I think we've actually seen white Merfolk. Pay white +1. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to target tapped Merfolk or Kithkin creature this turn. First of all, it's unusual. Not impossible, but it's unusual for a card to affect more than one creature type at a time. This can affect Merfolk or Kithkin. What? This can affect Merfolk or Kithkin. Prevent all damage. And here's the other thing. If this was like, you know, to any target, then it would be like prevent 1 damage. But because it's narrowing it down to, first of all, Merfolk or Kithkin. Second of all, tapped. You know, if you're playing a Merfolk deck or you're playing a Kithkin deck or something similar, it's like this, like just going, oh hey, by the way, nice Star of Extinction you got. I'm gonna pay like 6 mana and keep this creature, and this creature all alive. It's dealing 20 damage. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Prevent all damage to it. But I shrug. So, um, if you're playing Merfolk and you're running white, I mean, I'd probably play it. I might consider playing it anyway. Kithkin, you almost have to, because again, there's not that many. Uh, uh, okay. There we go. Kithkin that are Kithkin that are not from Lorwyn block. Emmer Kithkin, Emmer Scout, Emmer Seekers. We're not going to count the two playtest cards. Figure of Fable isn't out yet. Gold Metal Lookout and Miss Metal Skulk were from Future Sight. Kinspell Courier. When is it? Okay. Kithkin Billy Rider? Really? Oh, March of the Machines. They got people from everywhere turning around and saying, hey, by the way, no, no, you're marching on everybody? No, screw that noise. You're not. Yeah, March of the Machines commander. So, yeah, if you're looking at Kithkin, you are looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 white cards and a white blue card. And again, Figure of Fable isn't out yet. So, but again, now we have shapeshifters. Now we have changelings. That's going to make the deck a lot easier. But, yeah. Well, Gabber Apothecary? Yeah, if you're building, I think if you're building Kithkin Tribal, you pretty much have to. If you're building Merfolk Tribal, if you're building Merfolk Tribal and you are in white, I mean, it's still fine, but I think in general you're probably running some kind of counterspell-ish effect. Or alternatively, some kind of like, hey, oh, by the way, all my stuff has got protection from, or indestructible or some similar effect. So I think it's much less necessary in a Merfolk deck, but I think in Kithkin, you may run it anyway. Hillcomer Giant. I always I always find cards like this entertaining because historically, um, just for a simple example, Bog Wraith, originally printed all the way back in yeah, there we go. Originally printed all the way back in Alpha. I thought so, but I had to go through the list just to be sure. Not only that, it's had a few different art changes over the years. Um, but historically, a creature that had a given type of land walk was the color of its land walk. So if it was swamp walk, you'd be casting it with swamps, which means it was a black card. Um, Goblins, Goblin King, for example, gave goblins mountain walk. Well, goblins are generally red. So in mountain walk, you're playing goblins off of mountains, which are red, or which tap for red. Forest walk. Shannon Dryad and its ilk. This is the artwork I remember because this is the time frame, that I started playing. Um, it's a green creature. It has forest walk, forest tap for green. You, it's green to create the mana to cast it. And so historically, anything that's got land walk of some description has been generally the color that suits the relevant land walk. If it's got island walk, um, Stormtide Leviathan is probably the best Island Walker. It's probably the number one Island Walker I can think of. Again, Islands tap for blue mana. It's a blue creature. It also has like some highly relevant text. All lands are islands in addition to their other types. Creatures without flying or island walk can't attack. I really should have this in my mono blue ramp deck. It does many lots of things. Planeswalk, there's only a handful. I think the most I think this might be the only one that was actually vaguely relevant. You know, Planeswalk, Planes tap for white. It's a white creature. I think this is actually, you know what? Oakhome Planeswalk. Realistically, the only other one is Righteous Avengers from Legends. 3/1 Planeswalk for 5. Then you got Zodiac, but this is the one place where you get the unusual bit where there's almost as many cards that are. So, going back to what I was saying, and then I'll jump back to this. It's unusual to find a card that has Landwalk that is of a different color than the Landwalk is, it is for. So what I'm trying to say is, like, if you have, let's say you have Swamp Walk. Swamp Walk, again, is normally on black creatures. If you find a blue creature that has Swamp Walk or a green creature that has Swamp Walk, that's unusual. Because if a blue creature is going to have some kind of land walk, it's usually going to be its own land type, island walk in this case. And a green creature is going to have land walk of its own land type, i.e. forest walk. So to find it, crossing the streams, as it were, is unusual. Plains is probably the one where you're most likely to actually see it. Because out of the 8 cards that have the word Planeswalk all in them, Lord Magnus and Great Wall stop Planeswalk from being able to be useful. So those don't count. Ace and Highway gives all white creatures Planeswalk, which is hilarious. If you can find an effect to turn all lands into planes somehow, then Ace and Highway goes from like $1 rare to like $50 overnight. I might be exaggerating, but you get the point. So, the only white creatures that have Planeswalk are Graceful Antelope and Righteous Avengers. Old Fogey doesn't count because it's an uncard. Because 2 green for a 7/7 with phasing, cumulative upkeep 1, echo, fading 3, bands with other dinosaurs, protection from homerids, snow-covered planeswalk, flanking, and rampage 2. If you've been playing a long time, you understand what all those terms mean. If you haven't, you might understand phasing, cumulative upkeep, echo, and flanking, because those do creep in every so often elsewhere. But, you've got two creatures that have planeswalk that are white, and then you've got a red one and a green one, and they're both 2/1s for 2 or 3 mana. Zodiac Rooster. Whoops. Zodiac Rooster being nothing more than a 2 mana 2/1 with Planeswalk. And Bogart Arsonist, we'll cover that when we do Shadowmoor in, I presume, 2 weeks. We'll see what happens. All that to get back to Hillcomer Giant. It's a white creature with a mountain walk. Mountain walk, I think, is probably one of the most common odd walks. It's definitely not planeswalk. But yeah, I mean, red. I would say red sees. I would assume red sees more play than white does in general in Commander because you got everybody. You've got all these people that like building. Like people like building off typical creature types. Um, and goblins are a very big creature type that people like to build. Dragons is a creature type that people like to build. In fact, you've got people like I've got a friend that used to live only about 45 minutes or so away. And during COVID, he moved to about a 4-hour drive away. And he's got a few commander decks as well. And he built, I think he's got like 2 or 3 dragon decks. They're all designed differently. It's not just, here's a commander deck. Oh, but I took this color out and I put this one in, and now it's a different deck. No, it's not the same. It's the same deck, it's just a different color scheme. Um, I try building. I try to make sure my decks are sufficiently different. I want them to feel different. Like again, if you go back to this list, you'll find that like there'll be some duplication. Like when I did Demir and Rakdos for my commons only decks. I there's some duplication of effect, but it's not. They're not like they're not. There's overlap, but they're not like. Eh. There's some overlap because these are going to play differently. Compare that to Jund, which is my Jund Reanimator deck. And it's going to play differently from the other two as well. When I get to Mono Black, I think Mono Black I might. I th- I think Mono Black is. I still have to sketch it out, but I think it's going to be what I call Re-Ratimator. Re-Ratimator? Yeah. It's going to be a Reanimator deck based around rats. What else can I say? Um, but yeah, I try and make sure my decks. Whoops! I try and make sure my decks are sufficiently different from each other. My colorless ramp deck and my Selesnya ramp deck and my mono blue ramp deck are all going to feel just, just different enough from each other. Because, like, first of all, my colorless deck is just stuff that makes stuff to get that generates mana. So think along the lines of, I mean, I can't play these cards because this is a commons only deck and the cards I'm rattling off are not common. But think along the lines of like Soul Ring and Mana Crypt and Mana Vault and um Coveted Jewel and stuff of that nature that taps for mana. Here are spells that I cast that create a thing that tap for mana. And that's kind of like how the mono brown one, the colorless common one works. And then I have the blue deck, which is trying very hard to play like green, and as such is trying to dig lands out of the deck. Which is part of the reason why I run like 20 basic islands in there. I need the lands. Because I've played games where I've actually run out of lands to dig out. And so my blue deck, some of the stuff that's there, cares about how many islands I've got in play. Whereas Lord Magnus is I am doing some ramp. But realistically, this is Druid Tribal with the quote unquote with a quote unquote hidden commander of Guiltleaf Archdruid. And I really only want to play Guiltleaf Archdruid. Sorry, I really only want to activate Guiltleaf Archdruid when somebody is getting too far ahead. Tap 7 untapped druids you control. Gain control of all lands target player controls. If you are getting too far ahead, I'm okay going, oh, I should do something about that. Yoink. Let's slow things down. Yes, okay, that gives me a lot of stuff to play with, but it's going to slow things down. Also means I have to have 7 druids in play, which you know yourself if you've ever played Commander. Having 7 creatures in play is not always going to be a given. Anyway, like I said, I try to make all my decks look different, feel different, etc., etc. I'm trying to remember how I got there from the Hillcomer Giant. But all that, yeah. But this is a card that's amused me for ages. 4 mana, 3/3 with an opposing Mountain Walk. Well, not just, I shouldn't say opposing, but a non-natural, not its own color, Mountain Walk. Landwalk, I should say, which I always found amusing. And if I'm, like, honestly, if I'm playing Giants, I'm probably putting it in because it tickles me so. Also, that that is a deck type. I kind of want to build one of these days. Is a deck that has um, landwalks that are not its own. What? Riverbow is another good example. It's a green creature from like Tempest or something. Where were you? Visions. It's a green creature that's got Island Walk. You know, I think one of these days I'm gonna try and sketch out a landwalk deck where nothing has got landwalk of its own color. So black creatures that have got forest walk and blue creatures that have got, mountain walk or whatever. Um, I would not say no to somebody building a deck like that. If you're building based on scouts, I think you can. I think you've got better options. That being said, do keep in mind landwalk. If somebody has the appropriate land type, this can't be blocked. Sorry, this cannot be blocked by that player. uh, Kithkin Greatheart. Um, Again, another card I've always found amusing. The funny thing is, you could put this into a Kithkin deck and just rely on like a handful of changelings. And suddenly you've got a 2 mana 3/2 first strike without having to go off theme. The funny thing is also as long as you control a giant, um, Rune Stalactite, a quick creature gets +1/+1 and is every creature type. So if you equip the Rune Stalactite to a Kithkin Greatheart, suddenly now you control a giant because it itself is a giant. So it's now a 3/2. So you've now got yourself a 4/3 creature, a 4/3 first striking creature, which is not a bad thing. Like again, one of those cards that amuses me greatly because of how easy it is to pull it off. It's so easy to make it work. If you can find a way to change its own creature type, or you're playing with changelings, again, easy way to make it work. So yeah, Kithkin Greatheart. Like if you are playing again, let's go to one of my other lists. Let's go to Boros. And you know, had I thought about it, Kithkin Greatheart I probably could have thrown in here. How many actually, let's go details. How many giants do I have? Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've got 4 there. Okay, and no shapeshifters. But it is the kind of card that had I thought about it, or like thought about an effect like this at all, I'd probably want a few more. I'd probably want a few more. Actually, visual spoiler. Put these. Do any of these. You become an elemental. No. I've only got one and it becomes an elemental. Okay. Oops. But yeah, had I thought about building this deck differently, there's a lot of cards that are like, as long as you control blah, or as long as you have cast blah, or as long as blah is in your graveyard, or as long as some condition, this gets some bonus. And had I thought about something like that, this would have been a great fit for my Boros aggro deck. I would just run a few more giants of some description. If it's this is one of those things where if you're trying to decide between X and Y, sometimes little things like creature type matter. You know, again, like the least playable card in my opinion on this line is probably the trap, and the next 3 are actually a lot better than they appear. Next snap wouldn't play it because there's uh enough less expensive removal, or alternatively um removal that only affects creatures in combat. Because there are times you want to kill a creature that is not going to attack or block unless, things hit the fan. Don't play next snap. Unless you've got like a flavor reason why, don't play next snap. Kithkin Healer. Again, going back to the entire damage prevention thing, if you're considering Samite Healer, this is the exact same card, but for an extra mana, you get an extra point of power and toughness, which is huge. Oh my god, it's so huge. Oh my god. Kill stop. Yeah, if you're looking for damage prevention, run cards run this before you run that Semite Healer, because that 2/2 is going to be worth so much more than a 1/1 most of the time. Do run some Semite Healers. You do want them at 1 and 2 mana. I would say at 2 mana is probably where you want them. If you can find a good one at 1, run it. Maybe it'll be like a 0/1 with Defender or something like that. Tap. Prevent 1 damage. But generally speaking, spending a little more to get a better body is a big deal. because, people attacking with 1/1s, you know, 1/1s. Like, because the other thing to look at is if you look at this just in a vacuum, this is a 3 mana 2/2 that can block as a 2/3, which doesn't sound amazing, but also keep in mind those sound better the higher up the chain you go. If you have a 4 mana 3/3, a 4 mana 3/3 is fine if it's got the Samite Healer ability. If you've got a Samite Healer ability, now you're looking at tap prevent 1 damage to any target, let's say itself. Now it's a 4 mana that can block as though it's a 3/4. Compare that to Samite Healer, which is 2 mana, 1 white, 1 other, for a 1/1 with this ability. It blocks as though it's a 1/2. Again, in a vacuum. Yes, cards don't exist in a vacuum. If they do exist in a vacuum, that vacuum is going to get pretty clogged because there's over 30,000 cards. That being said, that's a not terrible starting point. And this can jump in. What this boils down to is this can jump in front of a 2/2 creature and survive, or it can jump in front of a 2/2 creature and help another creature survive combat instead. And then, of course, the other shenanigans that go on with preventing damage. So, this is, I would say this is probably where I want to start looking for my damage preventions effects. Don't be afraid to run some of the smaller ones, but this is where you really want want them to start, because you want them to be reasonable bodies to begin with. Something bigger than a 1/1. Sentry Oak. I am amused by I like this card. It's a 5 mana 3/5 with Defender. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may clash with an opponent. If you win, this creature gets +2/+0 and loses Defender till end of turn. So, at the start of turn, the words exist. Do you know that? So what I see here is I see a 3/5 for 5 mana that I want to put into a deck of creatures, basically walls that can attack on their own. What do I mean by that? There are cards that say, hey, by the way, we give this ability to this creature. Sometimes they're auras, sometimes they're global enchantments, sometimes they're equipment, whatever. We grant this ability to this creature. There are two types of decks that you can build around creatures that have defender specific. Well, creatures that have defender or creatures that have, at the very least, higher toughness and power. If you want to be able to use them to attack. The first is running cards like High Alert or I keep thinking Arcade's the strategist, um, or Dorian the Siege Terror, or whatever that says, hey, by the way, creatures with Defender can attack as though they didn't have Defender, and a lot of them also say, and they deal combat damage based on their toughness instead of their power. Then you have creatures like Sentry Oak, which is probably one of the worst versions, but it's still a fine creature. It's still an okay creature to begin with. That have the ability to get up and attack on their own and don't need help from somewhere else. One of the earliest examples I can think of, and this is a this is a bad card nowadays, but it's a not unreasonable. It's a not unreasonable mental starting point. Dark Maze from Homelands, one blue for a 4/5 with Defender, which back in the day, that was probably about right, especially at common. Especially since it only had a single blue pip in it. Um, you can pay 0 to allow it to attack as though it didn't have Defender. But at the end of turn, you exile Dark Maze. Now, that exiling, there's ways around that. Make sure it's not the same creature, at the end of turn. Or make sure it's not on the battlefield at the end of turn, and then you can't exile it. And you end up with, like this is a not terribly unreasonable creature for back in the day. You get a 4/5 that can actually get up and attack on its own. Sentry Oak, probably about half the time, you're going to win the clash, and your oak is going to be allowed to get up and attack. And keep in mind, you may clash with an opponent. You don't have to. So if you're building a deck around stuff like Arcades the Strategist or Dorian the Siege Terror or whatever, I wouldn't run Sentry Oak. But if you're running cards like Dark Maze and was it Walking Wall? I think it was called Walking Wall. Yeah, Walking Wall. You know, playing cards of that nature. If you're looking at a deck based on that, that's where I think Sentry Oak wants to go. Yes, you can play him as a tree folk and build him, and toss him in a tree folk tribal deck, but I think you've probably got better options in that slot if you're building on tree folk. But if you're building an attacking wall deck, and I use the term wall here to mean, a creature that has defender, the Sentry Oak is suddenly a lot better. Kinsbill's Skirmisher. So, one thing to keep in mind is that for 2 mana, one of which is colorless, having a 2/2 body for blue, red, and black has been very difficult at common. For white and green, like for green had a 2/2 for 2 literally since day one. Grizzly bears. White would get it. White would get it, like conceptually, earlier, i.e., you could tell that it was going to be considered balanced, but they just never printed it until a few years later. But only a few years later. Let's see here. Date less than. No, okay. Visions. How about there? Night Errant in Portal. So 1997. Keep in mind the game came out in 1993. So 4 years later, we actually got a 2/2 for 2. Actually, not reprint. And then sort by power. Nope. Even now, we've only got, in blue, we've still only got a 2/1 for, we've got a 2/1, but we can easily get a 1/3, and very occasionally a 1/4. So white getting something like Kinsbale Skirmisher, 2/2 for 2, no big deal. That's existed for ages. When it enters, target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. So slightly better than a 2/2 for 2. You might count this as being worth like a 2/3 or a 3/2. Might. Okay. Yeah, that feels fine. The problem is this is an enters the battlefield ability. Wait, this is an enters the battlefield ability. This doesn't stop. What happens if you've got a way to flicker? I generate infinite mana. Okay. If you've generated infinite mana, winning the game is easy. So let's not be I've generated infinite mana. I generate 12 mana. The most efficient flickering I can think of off the top of my head, and it's not to say there's not more efficient, it's just the most efficient I can think of off the top of my head, is is 3 mana, which is Eldrazi Displacer. 1 colorless +2, colon, exile target creature, and then bring it back. But is it bring it back at the end of turn? No, just bring it back. Comes back right away. Nice. So if you spend 3 mana and flicker this, comes into play. Creature gets +1/+1. Then you flicker it 4 more times, and you're giving out a grand total of 5. 1 for the initial, and then 4 more because you flickered it. You're giving out 5 +1/+1 till end of turn effects. Which means you can take a 2/2 and suddenly make it into a 7/7. Something to consider. Now, if you're doing an effect like that, you generally want something more than +1/+1. However, you're also looking at a 2-mana creature. 2-mana creatures quite often don't give something huge. If you want something to give, I don't know, +5/+5, let's say. That's going to be something that comes on the board late. So, I play this, and then I can play my card that flickers and flicker a bunch. Or I can play my thing that flickers a bunch, and then play something that gives a bigger boost. I'd want some of each. Plover Knights! I think this is better Casa than I thought it was for a while. 5 mana for a 3/3 flying first strike. If it didn't have first strike, this should be a 4-drop. But you know, you're looking at something. Again, you're also looking at common. 2 white +3 for a 4/4. 2 white +2, or sorry, for a 3/3. 2 white +2 for a 3/3. This got Mountain Walk, which means it's harder to block. This got Flying, which means it's harder to block. You're paying an extra mana for it to get first strike. Yeah. Flying first strike. Great combination. Sort by mana value. Stuff that's got flying and first strike. Ideally at common. So Battlefield Raptor, we get a 1/2. Emerald Dragonfly. Again, I love creatures that fall outside what you expect. I love cards that fall outside what you expect. I don't remember if I still have this. I know I did have this in my mono green my mono green control deck, because my mono green control deck wants to beat down with flying creatures. What? Yeah, it wants to beat down with flying creatures. Wait, what? In a mono green deck. What? With green creatures. Green flying creatures. Yes. So this is the list of cards that at one point was in there. I know some of it has changed since then. Um, I know Script Sprites eventually came out. Canopy Dragon, I think, came out because it didn't natively have flying. Um, I know I put in the. I know I put in a couple of dragons because now they, in recent sets we had them. Old Knob Bones and whatever the green one from Neon Dynasty was. Skin Shifter, I think, came out because it doesn't natively have flying. Um, but yeah, I've swapped some of this around. I think Giant Caterpillar also probably came out for the same reason. I've ended up finding enough green creatures, like actual green creatures that have flying, that I could do something. Um, but yeah, if you are the kind of if you like doing weird shenanigans like I do, Emerald Dragonfly is one of those cards that's just gonna make people look at you like 3 times and still be confused because flying is not an ability that green is known for getting unless it's something everybody's getting. For example, uh, oh, did I put Emerald Dragon in there? I think I might have. Yeah, Emerald Dragon is in there because it's a flying green creature that also has a counter spell attached to it. It fits what my deck is trying to do very much. It counters stuff, and then I have a green creature. So yeah, I think that ended up going in. But Emerald Dragonfly, yeah, you want to play with cards that are like, it's a green creature that has flying, and you can give it first strike to end a turn. What? 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 Yeah. What? Yeah. Hey, Roar. Roar. Uh, yeah. Wait. If I, what if I restricted this to mono white? Just for lulz. ID equal W. 24. Okay, that's kind of funny. You could actually build a mono white deck based around uh currently getting only barely slightly sidetracked. Going through stuff that's in Lorwyn. And I saw this and I'm like, flying in first strike is that it I mean there's a lot, let's be honest, there's a lot of dangerous combinations when you're looking at abilities. Flying in first strike. Did I make any new decks? Depends on your definition of made. There's made as in have I come up with any new lists as of yet? No. But made um well, I have Squee finally made, which is going to be hilarious because again, I like building stuff that's weird. I mean, double strike the in an if you look at it from an odd way, double strike basically have the original Squee Goblin Nabob. This guy. Yeah. Uh, Squee. I have a deck, so yeah. Like I said, I like building weird decks. I really wanted to build a deck for Squee. And I couldn't bring myself to build him as a normal deck. And then it hit upon me. He's always used as a creature. Well, he's used not even as a creature. He's used as a card that says at the beginning of your upkeep, if he's in your graveyard, you can return back to your hand. He's not even played as a creature. I'm like, I'm going to play him as a creature. What? I'm going to play him as a creature. I'm going to play him as a creature that's hard to keep dead because I can keep bringing him back to hand. But that also means I never have to worry about the command tax unless he gets exiled. So what am I going to do with him? Oh, no, no, no. I'm going to be playing him as a creature. I then decide that red has got a lot of interaction with artifacts. That's too easy. So I am loading him up with auras. I am putting auras on him and I'm going to attack with him. He is an auras Voltron commander. This is a card that I recently took out. There we go. So it's Giant Spectacle. One red, one other. Enchanted creature gets +2/+1 and has menace. I had that in my deck. I cut it because I got something else that fit the deck better. The first batch of cards I actually wanted for this deck were cards that one way or another, I really gotta do it this way, one way or another could bring themselves back into, bring them back into play, bring them back to your hand. Usually, basically cards that you can get back somehow. Crown of Flames gives fire breathing, and you can pay red to return it back to its owner's hand. So if Squeeze about to die, you can pay red and bring it back to hand. Draconic Destiny came out of Brothers War. Basically tries to turn the creature into a Shivan dragon. When an enchant creature dies, return Draconic Destiny to its owner's hand. Boop. Go away. Escape Velocity. I can pay red +1 and exile 2 other cards from my graveyard to escape it. So I think you get the idea of like the first batch of auras I wanted to put in here. And then the second batch were just stuff that would pump efficiently. Let's see if I can. Nope, you're further down in here. Stuff like Claws of Valakut. 2 red +1, enchant creature gets +1/+0 for each mountain I control. And has first strike. So I'm playing mono red. I've got roughly 20 mountains in there. So it's not unlikely for it to give like +5, +6 power. Frenzied Rage is literally exactly the same as Giant Spectacle. Lightning Talons, 3 mana, +0, +3/+0 on first strike, etc., etc. So basically, get Squee in play, throw a bunch of auras on him. I've also got a couple of additional enchantable creatures, like 4 or 5. Just in case something goes wrong. Boop. Noodle. So, 7 auras, and I now have an 8th. Oh yeah. Again, I can build normal decks. I find it more fun to build something unusual. I picked up an Ulamog for this deck, literally, for this last line here. When he's put in a graveyard from anywhere, its owner shuffles their graveyard into their library. I do not care about the rest of this card. I care about this last sentence. I care about the reshuffling effect. I've got 5 additional creatures I can throw enchantments on, just in case. You know, 3 ways to tutor up stuff. 4 cards for pushing through extra damage. So instead of attacking for, 10 points of damage, I'm attacking for 20. Or, I can take my creature and fling it at someone. I even have Airdrop Condor, which nobody plays Airdrop Condor. No, you're thinking Blightsteel Colossus, I think. No, but because the problem is if you look at that ability, you only shuffle the Colossus back in. I want to shuffle everything that's in my graveyard back in. I did think about it. I did consider it. But it didn't do what I was looking for. Yep. That's okay. So did I. I misremembered it wrong when I was looking for effects like that, so don't feel so bad. But yeah, Airdrop Condor, I'm running this because Squee is a goblin. You sack a goblin to deal damage equal to the sacrifice goblin's power to target creature or player. So basically to any target. Oh look, you're almost dead. Cool. I'll fling Squee at you and finish you off now. I have I'm trying to pin down a copy of Eldrazi Conscription. I do have a copy of Superstate that I picked up for this deck, which is sufficiently similar that it works just as well. Although I'd like to have both. A few cards to get a bunch of power, and then just here's a dozen cards to just give, to be efficient pump spells. some card draw. These first 4 cards here, I love the suite of cards in so many different decks. Because they just kill so many things, and you don't have to carry, like, cool, I'm attacking you with a 17/17 dragon. Okay, kill it. Okay, how much damage are you doing? I'm not. Kill it. But, no, kill it. Weathered Runestone and Wild Magic Surge, I have there as a combo to deal with enchantments. Because Weathered Runestone says non-land permanents cards in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. It's got another line as well, but that doesn't matter here. Then Wild Magic Surge, destroy target permanent an opponent controls. Its controller reveals cards from the top of their library till they hit something that shares a permanent type. That comes into play, and the rest of the cards go on the bottom of their library in a random order. So, with Weathered Runestone, Wild Magic Surge, destroy target enchantment, which is a thing Red has a lot of trouble with. Red really does not do enchantments well. Flip over till you hit another enchantment. It tries to come into play, but can't because of the Weathered Runestone. So that and all the other cards that got revealed get shuffled and put on the bottom of the deck. So not only have you blown up the enchantment that's in play, you've also more or less eliminated the next one they could have. Curse of Opulence. I know that card. Don't have that in this deck. I do have that lined up for my Curses deck. And then my Mana Rocks. Lavabrink Floodgates is there not just to be a Mana Rock, but also because I can, it can be used to blow up, pop goes the world. Land ramp, and then, yeah, and 20 basic mountains in here. So that's the premise of that deck, and that is now built. I am now almost done building my quote-unquote Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Where are you? This one. I basically took any concepts that I could think of that exists on Yu-Gi-Oh! And keep in mind, I'm not a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player. But there's a few things that I do know that exist in Yu-Gi-Oh! You've fallen into my trap. You've activated my trap card. Exodia, I have to have some way of putting, A plus B plus C together. So I have Cauldra. I have God cards. I have stuff to make cards enter in defense position, aka the enter tapped. According to some Yu-Gi-Oh players that I talked with at my LGS, restricting when you can play stuff or activate stuff is very much a thing. I just played Pokemon once, and I know you just gonna need to put 52. Oh, for it to do it for Pokemon? Some tutoring, a lot of card draw. If you're doing it based on Pokemon, a lot of card draw. You're also going to have to restrict things to people being able to only attack with one creature at a time. Because that's very much a Pokemon thing. Because you only ever have one active Pokemon at a time. Yu-Gi-Oh! You can have more monsters in play. You can have generally up to like 5-ish. You only attack with them one at a time. But they can all attack. Whereas Pokemon, it's very much a one-on-one. And what? That you can attack with multiple creatures at a time? It's probably partly due to the fact that it is the only major card game that I am aware of, the only major TCG where you can attack with as many creatures at a time as you want. Pokemon being punished for attack or just attacking with one. Oh, that. I mean, to be fair, there are cards that can punish, and like for every concept that exists in the game, there's something that can counteract it. There's something that can work against that. But there's stuff that can work against that as well. So there's always a there's always a way to. Yes, I want to stop people from doing X. Yeah, very much. Very much. And that very much exists in Magic in general. But yeah, where's Yu-Gi-Oh? Is that this one? I think so. Yep. So there's Yu-Gi-Oh, which is almost done. I think I'm down to like 4 cards left that I need for that one. Whoops. Yeah, I have 4 cards left that I need for it. And then that deck is built. And I found some orange dragon shields. I figured that's the closest I could get to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Orange. And hilariously, about a month ago, I was at my LGS. And I saw there were some deck boxes I didn't recognize. This deck is based on Yu-Gi-Oh! What better for a deck based on Yu-Gi-Oh! Than a deck box that actually fits standard size cards? It'll actually fit a commander deck, but it's got Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff all over it, including like Karibo up at the front. I was so excited when I found this deck box because, oh my god, it is like the perfect deck box for what I'm trying to do. I want a deck based on Yu-Gi-Oh! I have a deck based on Yu-Gi-Oh! That fits in an actual legitimate Konami deck box. I am so excited. And like I said, I'm only down to 4 cards and that deck is done. Although, what do I actually quote-unquote need for that? Um, your tutor. That's a deep dwelling. You're in there to be a god. You are face down. I don't remember what inventive iteration does. So many tabs, so little time. Oh, that's why it's in there. It's in there because of the back half. Whenever you cast a spell, your opponents can't cast spells with the same mana value as that spell until your next turn. So, in other words, if I cast a 3 mana spell, nobody can cast anything that costs 3 mana till my next turn. Well, after talking with some of the Yu-Gi-Oh players at my LGS for ideas, one thing that's common to come across in Yu-Gi-Oh is play restrictions, i.e., you can only cast or you can only activate this or you can only whatever at certain times, or alternatively you cannot doing this at certain times. Um, so I put that in. I made sure I found. It's like, oh, okay, so I get that. Here you go. Here's like, I think I had like 4 or 5 cards that do that. Ah. Depends. Control Shift T. So, yeah. What are you? I've got like 18 3 mana card or 18 4 drops and 15 3 drops. So a third of my deck is 3 and 4 mana. That's going to be fun. And then like 3 at 9 and 1 at 10. What do I have at that high a cost? Here we go. Oh, I've got Capitoline Triad and Void Winnower. Word of Bones. Yeah, I think I thought about it. I think I saw it. Decided not to because like if things get I don't want people to feel like they can't play. Like I've got Grafdigger's Cage to stop stuff from coming in from the graveyard. I've got Conqueror's Flail to stop people from casting on my turn. I've got Void. The biggest effect I have is Void Winnower, but that's also a 9 mana card. Your opponents can't cast spells with even converted mana costs, and they can't block with creatures with even converted mana costs. And then Inventive Iteration, like I said, that's the other one I've got. That, oh, if I cast a spell, you can't cast something with the same mana value on my next turn. So I'm not trying to lock people out of playing. I want to restrict people, but I don't want to lock people. If I was playing Ward of Bones, I'd probably be more interested in locking people out of the game. So salty, yeah, I think it may be too salty for some people. Oh, and then I've got like 4 cards here because the funny thing about Yu-Gi-Oh is their version of Exile, which is being banished. Some of the cards from that are banished, you still have use for. You can still get them back, or you can still make use of them somehow. And so I've got 4 cards here that you can still make use of somehow, a card being banished or a card being exiled. And then I've got like 18 cards that can enter the battlefield face down, aka. So you combine this with you combine this with one of these guys, like for example False Floor, and cool, my creature enters in face down defense position. It's like, oh crap. Plague Wind and Angarik's Wake, those are basically there just to be Regeki. AKA blow up everybody's board except for mine. Introduction to Annihilation, I just put in there because I'm playing black-blue. I needed a good catch-all. Something that can hit anything. This is in here really because I really need the flexibility. I only have one slot that's actual out, specifically there to be like spot removal. I better make it count. Mana Rocks, some of these have got like the Demir Key Rune and the Silumgar Monument have the ability to turn into creatures, which is always nice. And then 11 lands that can tap for black or blue, which I've labeled Duel lands, D-U-E-L. As in, 1v1, as in what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is very much based on. As opposed to Duo, D-U-A-L, which is how you normally spell it when it comes to, lands of this nature. And I think I put the wrong Urborg in my list, but this is not a useless Urborg. I think I meant to put in Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth, and I put this in instead. And it's like, this is still an okay card. Taps for black. Tap to remove either First Strike or Swamp Walk from target creature till end of turn. What, this one? Or Urborg to... Yeah. Like, it's not great, but it's still fine. And it's also a card nobody would expect, which I also really enjoy. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fun card, and it's one of those cards people won't expect, and I'll be like, okay, I block with this. Okay, First Strike. Well, let's remove First Strike first. Wait, what? It's one of those cards that's going to be just useful enough in just enough games. People are going to be like, the hell are you doing? it's going to start getting strip mined and stuff just because people realize it's just annoying enough. It's not OP, it's just annoying enough. But yeah, that being said, Plover Knights, I kind of want to build a deck around this combination of abilities right there. And I can start that at 1 mana, which I find amusing. Like I remember back in the day, you would be playing Thunder Spirit. And Thunder Spirit was a great card. It was, you know, a 2/2 flying first strike for 3 mana. It was a rare from Legends. It was really strong because of that. and now we have White Orchid Phantasm, I think it's called, which is the same size, one less mana, and has got like this annoying come into play ability. Well, depending on which side of the fence you're on. Is that White Orchid Phantasm? White Orchid Phantom? White Orchid Phantom. Which is like, you know, $1 rare. Compare that to Thunder Spirit, which is $111. Just a 3 mana 2/2 flying first strike. Still really good. If I one of my favorite cards from way back in the day. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was just enough, and it was just efficient enough, and that was during a time frame when, you know, your small creatures were fine, and your bigger creatures were just eh, not that not that exciting to play. But yeah, Plover Knights, I kind of want to build around. Yeah, Rasputin Dreamweaver. Oh, Boris Devilboon. Yeah, Legends had some really interesting stuff. Um, there, this guy. uh, oh, Sting. Oh, Sand has his own Tamar or whatever his name is. Yeah, this guy. That's the number of lands you have. You create that many. Yeah, you create one X tokens where X is the number of lands you control. Amusingly, this is exile all sand warriors. Not all sand warriors you control. A lot of people don't realize that. Upkeep? No. Oh, yes. Carry X. One enters there at the beginning of your next upkeep. No. And actually, his original wording is easier to understand in this context. On your next upkeep after Hazazon is put into play, put X token Sand Warriors into play, where X is the number of lands under your control. So he comes into play, and then on your first upkeep after he enters, you make that many you make however many tokens that is. You don't get additional tokens every turn or every upkeep. You only get it once. Yeah, there are some times when the original text is a lot cleaner, or a lot easier to understand. Uh, right, but if he leaves play, you exile all your like all the sand warriors that you would make disappear. So what you would have to do, ideally, is blink him a bunch of times before your next upkeep. Uh, but the ones you already had disappear. That's the problem. So you don't. Hey, Holly. Or have. Paradox Haze. Halcyon Glaze is, yeah, turns into a creature, I think. Yeah, Halcyon Glaze turns into a 4/4. Yeah, Holly's thinking of something to give you additional upkeeps. An effect like that is usually going to be in blue. And unfortunately, Hazazon is in Bant. So that don't work. Okay, no. By the way, Holly, I got your message. If you know other cards you're specifically looking for your deck, let me know. Uh, Also, where am I here? Also, if you happen to have any of these 9 cards, please let me know because I'm trying desperately to pin them down. Although, the Elixir Shepherd I might be okay on now. Boop. Whoops. Good enough. Yeah, Holly and I have known each other for way too. We've known each other for longer than Lorwyn's existed. But yeah, Plover Knights. Plover Knights, I think is a fine serviceable creature if you're looking for something that's like low end, like inexpensive, reasonable, decent sized body, etc., etc. If you're building on a budget, if you're, you know, whatever. Or again, if you're trying to build around Kithkin, which now that Lorwyn Eclipsed is coming out next month, that could be a thing. Yeah, Plover Knights I think is quite serviceable. Lairwatch Giant. The the funny thing is, I'm seeing like all these cards that aren't rated highly from Lorwyn. For the most part, they're all commons. And Lairwatch Giant, I'm taking a look. It's like, okay, it's a 6 mana 5/3. Okay, and but it can block an additional creature each combat, which is like, wait, what? You don't see that a lot. Jeweled Lotus, we've had that discussion already. Um, I mean, the Avamaya you should be able to pick up relatively inexpensively. Relatively. Selfless Spirit, I think I have. Horizon Canopy, I might also have. But yeah, Lairwatch Giant, being able to block additional creatures every combat is nice. Court of Embereth. When it enters, become the monarch. At the beginning of your upkeep, make a 3/1 knight. Oh, that's a that's a hilarious card. Oh, by the way, Holly, guess what? I don't know if I told you or not. Squeeze done. And Yu-Gi-Oh! I found an official Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck box that will hold a commander deck. Also, that's not pumpkin seeds, that's pumpkin spice. When this blocks 2 or more creatures, gains first strike till end of turn. I really like this card. Like, if I were to build my mono white commons deck on a completely different theme, I could see me playing Lairwatch Giant. My problem with my mono white deck is thematically this doesn't suit it because that deck is Oh, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why don't you just play Life and Limb? Life and Limb, you have a Maya Cradle of Growth, and like Masquerade Nexus. Turn all creatures in a forest, and all forests into creatures, and all lands into. Just do all the things. Yeah, Lairwatch Giant, I really like this. I want to build a deck based around being able to block. Like there were so many deck ideas that I want to put together, and one of them is being able to block multiple creatures with one. So stuff like what Lairwatch Giant has. I need to find a way. What the heck was that weird card? Was it Yer? Yeah. It might be $1 rare or $1 Yer. Target creature defending player controls gets +3/+0 till end of turn. That creature can block up to 2 additional creatures this turn. Like, I like Lairwatch Giant. Yeah, Yer is criminally underplayed. The thing is, like, I have to build a deck based on. Oh my god, that deck also needs 100-handed one. As long as this creature is monstrous, it has reach and can block an additional 99 creatures each combat, which makes sense because it starts off as 1 and now it gains 99 additional hands to swat things with. So now it's got 100 hands. Yeah, I need to build that deck. Oaken Brawler. Oaken Brawler, again, it's fine. Again, probably a card that if you're playing Clash Dot deck, you were having to run. If you're playing Tree Folk, I wouldn't be upset about playing it. It's it's only like a 2/4 for 4 is fine. If you win the Clash, it'll be a 3/5. So it averages to, let's say, a 3/4, which again is fine. Um, Again, you're playing on a budget, maybe. You know, I can see that. It's still okay. It's not disappointing. If just keep in mind if you are building around Clash, you are going to have to build it in such a way that you can occasionally, not always, but occasionally manipulate the top of your deck. Springjack Knight. Here's a spider cat. Yeah, probably 8. It might say 7 additional. Nope. Really? Sort by color. It's a spider, it's probably green. I don't see it. uh, oh, yeah. Watcher in the web. Yeah, that thing is going to be really good. That's like 1 mana more than Giant Spider. Has an extra point of toughness and can block multiple things. That thing is going to be really, really good. Springjack Knight, when it attacks Clash, if you win, target creature gains double strike till end of turn. Again, this is a kind like there's cards that have Clash that are okay without, like if you don't win the Clash, which are the kind of cards I'd rather have. And then there's cards that really want you to win the Clash. Springjack Knight to me is the second. This is the kind of card where you want to manipulate the top of your deck to try and make sure you win. um, compare stuff like Entangling Trap, which even if you don't win, it's still an okay card. It's still serviceable. Springjack Knight. If you're playing Clash and you're playing white, you're probably having to play it. Um, Otherwise, I don't think I'd bother with it in most other decks. It's just I don't think it does enough. All right, blue cards. This looks weird to me. One blue, three other for a 4/3 flyer. Can't attack unless defending player controls an island. What? Why should it has flying? Why should whether or not you have an island make any difference? Unless it's like um oh, Holly, you probably know the card I'm thinking of. There's certain like fish or whatever that are known for like jumping out of the water, and there's some kind of some magic card that's like it's a water creature, but it has flying because of the. Do you know the one I'm talking about? I can't think of it. But the only thing I can think from Ethereal Whiskergill is something like that. It's like a flying fish type idea, and so it has flying, but homelands are before. I'm pretty sure it's pre-invasion, and I think it's after homelands. I think it's after homelands and before invasion. uh there. Toughness greater than 0. Might be killer whale I'm thinking of. Might be killer whale I'm thinking of. But killer whale gains flying until end of turn. I don't know. This one feels weird. This this feels like a this feels like a metagame call, which sounds like a weird thing to say, but this is like if you have if you have somebody in your group that is known for playing blue, this makes sense to play. The problem is nowadays you can start getting like you can start getting 4 power creatures for 4 power flying creatures for 4 mana. And in fact, I mean, if you're willing to go up to a higher rarity, 4 mana for a 4/4 flyer is not a big deal. You know, there's um, first one that comes to mind is Conundrum Sphinx, but 4 mana for a 4/4 flyer. There's a bunch of cards like this. That being said, this does also only require a single blue to cast. I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that it only requires a single blue is relevant to you. Not, you know, I can I can see spots where this is useful. Also, just playing a card like Harbinger of the Seas makes it easy. Also, there's uh no? What was it I saw? Uh, there's something in an upcoming set. Sort by color. Unless it's something that's okay. It's a real card, not an online only card. Oh, waterbending scroll. Oh, that is dumb. Not the droids I'm looking for at all, but this is dumb. By the time you've got a bunch of lands in play, this is just tap draw a card. What was it I saw? Sort by color. Weird. I know it's a thing I saw. I can't find. I drawing a blank now. I saw. Yeah. I don't know. To be fair, there are ways to just make that, drawback not a drawback. You're playing elementals and you're playing blue. No, I did not thaw a putty tat. I don't have any putty tats that need to be thawed, thank you very much. But yeah. I mean, it's still a fine card. It's not crazy good, but if you're playing elementals and you're playing blue, it's still fine. Uh, Glimmer Dust Nasp. Nap. Wow. See what you did, Holly. Glimmer Dust Nap. It's it's fine, but there's better out there now. Even at common now we've got oh, what do you call it? The Weakstone Subjugation. Payable, like this is right, but compare that to this. If it's already tapped, you don't need to worry about paying the additional 3. You can target anything for 1 mana. Doesn't untap during doesn't its controller's next untap step. If you just want this ability, I mean, for being able to do this and have a clause that's like, when this enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. Like, if you're paying 4, you're paying too much. You can commonly do that for 3. And the creature that you're targeting in the first place doesn't have to be tapped. Also, the way this is worded, if the opponent somehow manages to untap the creature, this is no longer enchanting something legal, so this falls off. That is the biggest issue with this card. Finding a way somehow. I mean, you know more about that. So yeah, if you're looking for an effect like Glimmer Dust Nap, there's better cards. Zephyrnet. 2 mana enchant creature has defender and flying. Oh my god. So if you just want to turns a thing into a giant wall that can block pretty much anything, like cast this on like, I don't know, some like 7/7 giant ocean beast or whatever. Or I guess I should say 8/8 because more likely giant ocean beasts are 8/8. You go, cool, I'm going to make sure nobody wants to attack into you for a while. Okay, 2 mana. Here. He can't attack now, but he can block anything. Very dangerously. I was actually looking at Shapeshifter Marrow the other day. Was she from this? Was it from this set? I don't remember. No. Wow. Nope. MA? There we go. Oh, it was from last week. So, the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, so the enchantment's already in play. They reveal the top card of the library. If it's a creature card, that goes to their graveyard. Emrakul trigger goes on the stack, once go on the stack. Well, goes on the stack, but it has to wait for the marrow to finish resolving. And this becomes a copy of that card. So this is now a Emrakul. Emrakul's reshuffle gets a chance now being on the stack triggers shuffles back in. So because of it doesn't technically hit. Yes, it does hit the graveyard. Because Emrakul's reshuffle is a triggered ability. Also, even if it was, say, Blightsteel Colossus, where it was a replacement effect, you would still end up becoming a copy of, in that case, Blightsteel Colossus. Because the first thing is, you're revealing it, you need to know what's being copied. Where the card actually goes doesn't matter. Yeah. So you even if it so basically even if it's something that's got even if there's a replacement effect or whatever that gets involved, the marrow is still going to become a copy of whatever it is. But yeah, Zephyrnet. Zephyrnet, you basically look cool, giant ocean beast, or I mean, it's it's also fine to turn around and go, okay, hey, you, giant dragon with this, with this, pain in the butt attack trigger or whatever. Cool, you've now got Defender. Largely, you're playing this because you're giving something to Defender. Very occasionally, the fact that it's got flying also comes into play. More often than not, you're saying, yeah, you're playing this because you're playing this to be, like, largely to be pacifism, i.e., people largely play pacifism to stop a creature from being able to attack, very occasionally blocking, but more commonly attacking. This now stops the creature from being able to attack. So if you're looking for a pacifism style effect in blue, Zephyrnet's an option. Sentinels of Glenelendra. I feel like you should be able to get a 3/3 for this now. Or, a 3/3 or a 2, maybe a 2/4. Again, you're playing Fairy Tribal. It's, it's okay. Um, it's not anything fancy. However, do keep in mind, like, it's a decent sized body. It's not a big body, but it's a decent sized body. Well, except for the fact that this can block the Archmage and kill it successfully. And survive the encounter. So there. Nah. Beat nuts. Anyway, so yeah, it's a decent sized creature that's got flash. So if you're looking for something in that range, because it's got flash, it's like, oh, by the way, surprise blocker. Thunk. What? Oh. So again, being able to play with flash does a lot for some of these, like for certain deck types. Benthicor. I always thought Benthicor was amusing. 7 mana. You get 7 power worth of body out of it. You get a 5/5, and you get 2 1/1s. Tap 2 untap merfolk you control. Untap this creature. Gain Shroud till end of turn. Cool. So you can tap the 2 merfolk that you generate to basically give us vigilance and protection from targeted removal. It has built-in protection. It kind of has ward, you know, uh, you know, tapping 2 merfolk. So, yeah. Um, this is the kind of card that I would love to have like Splinter Twin going off on, and just because it's 3 bodies in 1 card in blue, I should add, which is not a thing that that's known for. You know, I I enjoy it when you see colors doing something that's unusual for that color. And to me, this is one of them. Blue is not known for generating extra creatures from theirs. So if you want to do like a blue based um what's the word I'm looking for? Aristocrat stack. Yes, it's expensive. It's 7 mana. But it is 3 bodies for your 7 mana. So that's a thing. uh Deep Tread Marrow, 2/1 with activated Unlock. Eh? What are you being silly with now? Copy link. Pasting, go. uh, there, go back. Illyrios. Yeah. Astro Dragon, how much are you? 14-ish. There. Like, wait, what? Why is that just because some of them turn around and create like treasure tokens or whatever instead? It's like, no, let's cut this down to ones that actually make creature tokens. Okay. I Yeah, it is not unfeasible. It is not unfeasible to make. Okay. It's not unfeasible to have at least enough bodies to make an aristocrat stack. You just need to have enough sack outlets to do something with them. But okay. By the way, also that. um, gain Silent Walk until end of turn. I don't think this is a card that a Merfolk deck is going to need. I don't think this is a card a Merfolk deck is going to need because there's enough other ways, including Lore of Atlantis and what was the other one? Is it Master of the Seas? That give your Merfolk Island Walk already. So I would. Maybe it's Merfolk Sovereign. You know the one I'm thinking of, though, right? Might be Merfolk Sovereign. Nope, not Merfolk Sovereign. Actually, what's Master of the Pearl Trident. Yeah, Master of the Pearl Trident is the one I was thinking of. So yeah, Master of the Pearl Trident, Lord of Atlantis. I guess if you want a couple in there that can do it without, because that's only 2 cards. Um, so if you want a way to get through and not worry about your, not getting those 2 cards, or if they get exiled, or whatever, you still have options. Then sure, Deep Tread Marrow is fine. The other thing to keep in mind is, so as long as your merfolk end up being big enough, then Island Walker is not as big a deal. Fathom Troll. Reveal cards from the top of your deck until you reveal 3 non-land cards. Put the non-lands revealed in your hand. Wait, what? Oh, this is adorable. So here's the fun thing. This is only a draw 3 for 5 mana. But you keep flipping over until you hit 3 non-land cards. So, on average, you're going to be going through, well, let's see here. If 40% of your deck is land, approximately, and you're ending up with that kind of ratio, 3.2, that'd be 8 cards that you're flipping over? 8, so 7. So you'll flip over, no, till you reveal 3 non-land. So you'll flip over 5 cards. You'll flip over, on average, you'll flip over 5 cards. And using the simple math, not the, we're not going fancy. We're just talking simple math here. Flip over 5 cards. 60% of them are going to be non-lands. So that means 3 of these. So that means your 2 lands that you revealed will go on the bottom. It could end up being your first 3 cards are all non-lands. You could end up revealing like 20 cards. because you hit this giant massive mana clump, or you've got a lot of lands in your deck, or some other thing has happened. Um, your library is low, but you've got a lot of fetch lands and yada yada yada. So, and those all got shuffled back in. Who knows? But one would assume you're going to flip over 5 cards. Two go on the two go on the bottom, and the other 3 are in your hand. Everyone knows what they are, but this is the worst this is draw 3 cards and you reveal them. I think this is a lot more reasonable than most people give it credit for. It's kind of like a fact or fiction, but you get to choose how you're splitting it. Well, you don't get to choose, but you also don't have to choose somebody else. I think that's perfectly serviceable. And the other thing is, it doesn't say you draw the cards, which means stuff that cares about you drawing from an empty library won't trigger. Stops you from drawing lands. Yeah, by the time you hit 5 mana, you're probably okay-ish for lands. You're not going to... Yeah, so stuff that cares about you drawing, this is not drawing, this is putting cards into your hand. So you don't have to worry about drawing from an empty deck. You don't have to worry about taking damage from cards like Shieldred the Apocalypse or Underworld Dreams or what have you. Like anything that triggers on you drawing, you don't have to worry about Jace's Erasure or a similar effect. You can get around with it. No big deal. Okay. Yeah, I accept that. Inkfathom Drivers. 5 mana for 3/3 Island Walk. When it enters, look at the top 4 cards, then put them back in a new order. It's almost index. No. Because Scry gives you the option of putting cards on the bottom. But I would say if I'm comparing this to... I think if I'm comparing this to Scry, I would probably be looking at Scry 2 or Scry 3. Because, again, Scry lets you put stuff on the bottom. Same with Surveil, lets you put stuff in your graveyard. But just knowing what the next 4 cards are and being able to, plot around it. This also allows you to make things easier if you're planning around having to attack somebody in a later turn. And you are like, okay, is it a good idea for me to clash this turn? So this is a good card for being able to plan around stuff, which is very much what blue is known for doing. You really want this for, like this is the kind of card, it's fine for a neonate, like, for somebody new to the game. This is much better in a deck around, for somebody who is used to the game, and who's comfortable with planning ahead. And the stronger a player you've got, the stronger that card is going to be. So I don't recommend it for most players, but even if you are, if you're, even if you're a casual player, if like you're playing casual kitchen table commander with some friends, and it's like I want 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I want this, then this, then this, then this. Now that being said, as soon as anybody does anything that goes, hey, by the way, you gotta shuffle your deck now, everything goes, out the door. But it's still, I mean, it's still a reasonable card. This is much better. This is much better when you're down to like when you're in a 1v1 environment, in my opinion. So I wouldn't say CEDH, and I wouldn't say dual command. Well, I might say dual commander, but if there's just like you and a friend of you, a friend of you, yeah, if it's just you and a friend sitting down for a game, and all you've got is commander decks, that's when a card like that is really strong. Uh, Ego Erasure. Again, this is a instant that has, changeling, and it's a shapeshifter. And because it's got changeling, it's it's all creature types and all zones. Doesn't matter if it's in your hand and in your library, in your graveyard, in exile, whatever. And creatures target player controls get -2/-0 and lose all creature types until end of turn. I think this needs to see more play because people like playing their tribal decks. People like building their decks that are based on dragons, or angels, or elves, or slivers, or, jellyfish, or what have you. You play this card, and suddenly, till end of turn, the -2 power might be less relevant. The fact that they lose all creature types, like this, there are 2 times when this is useful. -2 power to all your creature, to all that player's creatures. So if they're attacking, they're not going to deal as much damage as they would otherwise. Lose all creature types. Good example of when this is useful. Crucible of Fires. Dragon creatures you control get +3/+3. If somebody is attacking with a bunch of dragons, you are not only denying the +3/+3 from Crucible of Fire, you're also removing -2 power on top of that. So basically, for all intents and purposes, you're reducing 5 points of power in that situation from all your opponent's creatures. Anything that cares about everything all having the same creature type, Ego Erasure turns around and says, nah, I don't think so. Or, I don't think so, Tim. Yeah, I I would not be adverse to somebody playing this. Like, this is one of those ones where it's like, because there's always somebody in, I would say most groups have somebody who has built a deck based around a given creature type. I think it is perfectly fine to go and run Ego Erasure in your deck. And here's the thing. Usually an effect that just gives -2 power in blue, or -4 power, -5 power, -6 power, is target creature. This hits one player and affects all the creatures. It affects all their creatures. And so, -2 power on, cool, you're attacking with a bunch of squirrels. Alright, you've got 37 squirrels. Ego Erasure at that point, unless they've got at least 3 power to start off with, through some kind of other buff, like, I don't know. Sylvan Anthem comes to mind just because I happen to have a copy in front of me. You do that, and it's like, okay. You need a couple of those effects for for the, like, if you have 2 of those effects, okay, now they're down to just 1 power. If you've only got 1, it's as good as a fog. Or if you've got none, it's as good as a fog. I am perfectly fine with playing this as reduce all your creatures' power by 2 till end of turn. But against the one person where this, that's playing a deck based around a given creature type, whether that's angels, demons, merfolk, assassins, you name it. In fact, this is absolutely silly against the person who is playing tribal, i.e., I am putting a bunch of disparate lords in my deck. Like, for example, assassins you control get whatever. And merfolk you control get whatever. And squirrels you control get whatever. And putting a bunch of those together into the same deck. And then adding a bunch of shapeshifters so they all get the same abilities. They all get all these abilities tacked on. Holly, I remember getting I think it was a tournament pack at that point. And I got a merfolk assassin and a war barge, both as time-shifted cards. I was amused and bemused by that to no end. But yeah, so somebody that's playing tribal, yeah, no evangelizing here. Anyway, somebody building a deck around that and then just going Ego Erasure? All your stuff gets no abilities? No, that was... No, Edwin.deck, that was... I want to say Morningtide? Yep. Because Primal Crux. Eventide. Okay. So yeah. Really, really good. I think a lot better than most people give it credit for. Silver Guild Elixir? Again, you know, this is going to be similar-ish to Ego Erasure, but only half of it. Target creature gets minus X power till end of turn, where X is number of merfolk and or fairies you control. You're probably playing this in a merfolk deck. It's still really good, but it's like it's not going to kill anything. It's just going to go, hey, by the way, yeah, no, you're not doing damage. If you're playing merfolk, merfolk and or fairies, or if you're running enough shapeshifters, then somebody building like I don't know, like my Squee Aura's Voltron deck. This just turns around and goes, hey, by the way, you're not getting through for damage. Like, you hit a creature that's, like, if the deck is based around attacking with one creature, barring an effect like, barring an effect that gives Shroud, Hexproof, etc., you just go, no. And it's only a tap ability, too. So that was fun. Stony Brook Angler. 2 mana, pay 2, and tap it. You may tap or untap target creature. The amusingly, you can tap or untap itself. So again, you choose targets before you pay costs. So why would you do this? I pay 2 mana to untap this creature. Well, sometimes you're looking at effects that whenever a thing becomes tapped or whenever a thing becomes untapped. And so, like, there are. Oh, actually, Altar of the Brood. Good example. Oh, no. Sorry. Not Altar of the Brood. Oh, what's the one I'm thinking of? Nope. Not Orb of Dreams. Mesmeric Orb. Let's say you're building a self-mill deck. And you're playing blue. You're milling yourself because you are looking to get to certain things. Whenever a permanent becomes untapped, that permanent's controller mills a card. So, if you're looking to mill yourself, for whatever reason, basically, for every 2 mana, as long as at least half of it's blue, you can continuously tap and untap your Angler and mill a card. You can do that as long as you've got the mana until you get to a particular point, a particular card. You hit a particular card, and then you can go and do the rest of what your deck is trying to do. Quest for renewal. Whenever a creature you control becomes tapped, you may put a quest counter on this. And then you get to untap everything, every untap step. Breaking wave. Breaking wave. Not really what I'm looking for. There we go. Whenever. Oh, shoot. There we go. Whenever a merfolk you control becomes tapped, you may gain a life. Enchant land. Destroy all tapped creatures. If you can turn it into a dwarf somehow, for example, the aforementioned rune stalactite, whenever a dwarf you control becomes tapped, create a treasure token, etc., etc. They've had to change these from shield counters to palliation counters. Okay. Good night, Holly. Whenever creature and opponent. Whenever. Whenever a creature and opponent controls becomes tapped. Temporal distortion. Oh, Verity Circle. Oh, that's funny. If somebody's got Verity Circle out, you could end up doing that and make them draw so many cards. To the point where it's like, oh, they're about to mill out. Alright. God damn it, I hate this cough. It's a pain in the neck. Anywho. But yeah, Stony Book, Angler, there are ways to make it work. And just simply being able to tap or untap, a creature in and of itself is occasionally useful. Giving something pseudo-vigilance or stopping something from being able to attack or whatever. Turtle Shell Changeling. 4 mana for a 1/4 that you can pay 2 mana to swap its parent toughness. Much more interesting ability when combat damage still went on the stack. That hasn't been a thing for, many years now, unfortunately. Over a decade, I would say. Actually, a decade would be 2015. Yeah, probably like 15 years or so. Um, Most relevantly at all, it's a 4 mana blue changeling, which is probably the big reason to play it. Period. Uh, Black cards. 9:30. I've only got about 2.5 hours ish. Quoslinger Bogart. Whenever a player casts a Kethan skill, you may have target player lose 1 life. So, the funny thing is, this is whenever a player plays a Kithkin spell. And again, changelings have all creature types. Which means that you can be the one playing the Kithkin spells. So if you're building like a mono black burn deck, and if you've got some kind of you've got some number of changelings in your deck. You don't have to have a lot, but some number of changelings in your deck. And some number of ways to bring creatures back to hand somehow. Because you want them back to hand because you want to be casting the spells. And you simply go, cool, I'm going to return this from the graveyard back to hand. Or return this from the return this from graveyard back to hand, return this from play back to hand, whatever. Recast it. And if you can continuously do this, especially if you can find some way of like if you can do like an infinite bounce sort of effect, like bounce back to hand, like this is just I'm just gonna sit there and slowly burn your face off. Now it's only really good because it only hits one person. But it gives you an option. You know, it gives you something to play with that's like not just an attacker. It's like, hey, by the way. Oh, and the funny thing is, if anybody else is playing Kithkin or Changelings at all, like for example, it's common for, as I've mentioned in previous broadcasts, it's common for green to be playing I cannot remember what you're called. Mass Vandal. It's common for decks that are playing green to be running Mass Vandal. Here's a creature that's in my graveyard that I don't care about anymore because reasons. Exile that thing. It's a shapeshifter that's got changeling, which means it's also a Kithkin. They play that. You get to go, hey, by the way, ping. And I think it's fair to assume that the typical deck probably incidentally runs like two or three changelings. Incidentally. So, like on average. So, in other words, I'll assume there's like 8 at the table. Some of them just happen to be Kithkin or changelings. Some of them are like, well, I need to fill this slot for my tribal deck. Sometimes it's just like a really good card, like Mirror Entity. Which unfortunately I didn't get to down here. Because it's a really good white card. That's this guy here. X. Creatures you control become XXing So base power and toughness of XX and gain all creature types till end of turn. Oh yeah, this is also the first time we encountered planeswalkers. I forgot about that. I wasn't sure if that was here or if that was. I wasn't sure if that was here um or in Alara. But no, that was here. First time dealing with planeswalkers, and they made special rules for it. So I think it's not unreasonable that that card can actually deal, let's say, 4 points of damage over the course of a game. You know, 3 or 4 points of damage without even attacking. Final Revels. Choose one. All creatures gain +2 power till end of turn, or they all get -2 toughness till end of turn. +2 power should be like 3 mana. -2 toughness. I mean, Infest is 2 black +1. So you could argue 1 black +3. For -2. So I would be saying -0 -2 is probably black +2. So you're paying an extra 2 mana for the flexibility. That seems like a lot. Thing is, God damn it. I'm gonna have to make some tea after the stream. This card is like, it affects all creatures. So for this to be a card that you want to run, you pretty much have to guarantee. Well, guarantee is a strong word, but you get the point. That you're going to have more creatures than anybody else. If you have more creatures than anybody else, this thing is really good in boosting power. If, on the other hand, you're at the bottom end, then you want this to wipe out, to kill a bunch of creatures. If you're looking at this as some kind of removal spell, I would be putting this in a control deck. I want my creatures to be a healthy size to begin with. I want them to have first strike, which means you're probably looking, again, Akroma's Memorial comes to mind. I've got a handful of creatures, not a lot, a handful. And I'm using Final Revels to sweep out, you know, to take out the bulk of the trash that, well, the bulk of the small stuff that's out there. And sometimes having one creature die is enough to make the next creature die, is enough to make the next creature die. When you're playing, like, for example, Merfolk. And you get one of those cards that's like, all other Merfolk get. Well, you manage to kill one. And that's now removed its buff to the point where another one dies. and then a cascading effect happens. So Final Revels, I don't know. I think in a deck, I think if I'm looking to play it as a mass removal spell, I think I'd rather have something like Witch's Vengeance. Creatures of the creature type of your choice get -3/-3 till end of turn. Or a similar effect. Um, what was it? Crippling Fear. Creatures that aren't to the chosen type get -3/-3 till end of turn. That's the one I'm thinking of. So yeah, if I'm looking for an effect like that, I want, I either want Witch's Vengeance if I care about dealing with one deck in specific, or I want Crippling Fear if I want to make sure my stuff survives and everybody else dies. Crippling Fear being really good if you're playing, for example, zombies. Your stuff lives, everybody else shrivels up, and then you just go roar. So if I'm looking at as a mass removal spell, there's strictly better. If I'm looking at it as a pump spell, again, you can do better. The reason to play Final Revels over one of those is your deck can easily sway one way or the other, and you need something that is flexible at that point. If that's the kind of deck you got, then you want a card like Final Revels. Exo Bogart. 2 mana for a 2/2. When it dies, discard a card. Yeah. Again, most people think it's a bad card. It would still be probably a few. It would be a few more years. Let's see here. Lorwyn, Lorwyn, Morningtide, Shadowmoor, Eventide. Alara, Zendikar, Innistrad. It'd be, I think, 3 more years till we actually got a black 2/2 vanilla creature for 2. And it had a relevant creature type on top of that. Until then, like when this dies, discard a card is not necessarily a drawback. There are cards, and what do you call it? I can't remember what it's called. I ID ID equal black, mana value equal 1. Um, O enters, O dies, O mill. Stitcher Supplier. Yeah, Stitcher Supplier. When it enters or dies, mill 3 cards. Sees a lot of play in decks that care about filling the graveyard, because they want to reanimate or what have you. XO Bogart, if you're playing Commander and you're building on the cheap, XO Bogart is perfectly fine because this can get 2 bodies into the graveyard. The Bogart itself, it's going to get through a couple of attacks and then it's going to die. Well, when it dies, you discard a card, which might be a giant body that you're trying to reanimate. So, it's still fine. Uh, Nas Buffoon. Nas Buffoon I always find to be... Nas Buffoon is a little on the oddball side. Um, because it's a 2 mana 1/1 with protection from elves. I don't think this is a card that most people are going to care about until you actually really care about it. What? Yeah, until you really care about it. This is a card that has an ability that does not matter to most decks. Until you're suddenly playing the one deck, or in my case, out of 43 plus, might be 50 by the time I'm done. Um, I've got 2 decks that are elves. And it's just... is suddenly it'll be one of those cards that's like, it's going to consistently get him for damage, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. And you're going to have to spend a quality removal spell on on killing Nas Buffoon. Because nothing else, like, combat's not going to work, activate abilities aren't going to work, because they just can't target, because it's all coming from an elf. So, yeah. Uh, yeah. This is a card that's like, it doesn't matter until it does, and then it really does. So, if you are looking to play, if you've got, and again, protection from elves also means shapeshifters. Have fun with that one. Um, I think if I'm playing a goblin deck or a rogue deck and I'm playing black, it might I might consider tossing it in, just because every once in a while it'll be just useful enough that I should give it a try. Scarred Vinebreeder. 2 mana for 1/1. Pay 3 and exile an elf from your graveyard to give this +3/+3 till end of turn. It's not bad. Um, and again, if you're playing elves and you're playing black, you might be tempted to look at it anyway. It's okay. Um, keep in mind its limiting factor is how many elves are in your graveyard. So, yeah. I'd keep an eye on this. I, if I'm building an elf deck that involves black, I would keep an eye on this card. I'll see what my deck ends. And keep in mind, because you're playing elves generate a lot of mana. So I think this can consistently be attacking for like 7. You do have to generate a lot of mana for it, but generating a lot of mana should not be difficult. Hornet Harasser. 4 mana for a 2/2 Goblin Shaman. When it dies, target creature gets -2/2 till end of turn. So, Exo Bogart, you you don't mind if it dies, but you also don't want too many of those kind of effects. Hornet Harasser. Let's say you were to make a deck based around, let's say, Splinter Twin. Actually, Splinter Twin doesn't work. Let's try Kiki. There we go. Kiki Jiki does what I'm looking for. Tap. Create a token. Adds a copy of target non-legendary creature you control, except it has haste. So, we'll go back to the Hornet Harasser for a sec. Okay. When it dies, target creature gets -2/2 till end of turn. So, you make a bunch of 2/2s that have haste. Well, you'll make one. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. But because you sacrifice it, it dies. So something gets -2/2 till end of turn. And an effect like Intruder Alarm shows up. Relevant line, whenever a creature enters, untap all creatures. So Kiki Jiki taps, makes a copy of the Hornet Harasser. Intruder Alarm sees, hey, a creature is entered. Untap all creatures, which includes Kiki, which you then tap to make a copy of Hornet Harasser. Hey, look, a creature's entered. Untap all creatures. You make a bunch of copies of Hornet Harasser. At the end of turn, you get a bunch of sacrifice triggers. Sure, you're going to be able to attack with all these hasty Hornet Harassers. Even if you can't, however, when this dies, target creature gets -2/2 till end of turn. All these death triggers are going to go on the stack. When they go on the stack, so you're going to get, at the end of turn, triggered ability for each of them goes off, saying sacrifice them. Those all resolve. But as they resolve, they put a new ability on the stack that says, hey, by the way, target creature -2 power till end of turn. You have to choose targets for each of them. Well, for each of them, I'm going to choose a different creature. And I'm just going to let them all kill my opponent's creatures. And then this, 8/8 creature they've got goes down to a 6/6, goes to a 4/4, goes to a 2/2, goes to dead. So, if you were inclined to play some kind of combo shenanigans with Kiki Jiki and Intruder Alarm, or something similar, basically, any way of creating an infinite number of copies of a card like Hornet Harasser. Well, then Hornet Harasser is the kind of card that you want to put into a deck like that anyway. There's that. You've also got Ravenous Chupacabra as an enters ability, etc. Are you playing black? Yeah, sure, go for it. Spiderwig Bogart. 3 mana for a 2/2. When it enters, target creature gains fear till end of turn. Again, at that point, you were looking at still 3 mana for a 2/2. Might have considered 3 mana for a 2/3 to be reasonable, but 2/2 with an ability, okay. Target creature gains fear till end of turn. Can't be blocked except for creatures that are either black creatures or artifact creatures. Again, black being a highly played color in Commander these days. I would say this is, giving a creature fear is not hard to deal with. It's still fine. And you do have people that don't play black. And sometimes they're playing a monocolor deck. And just for the sake of argument, apart from my commander, this is my mono green common elves deck. Who have I got that's actually not green? So far, nothing. Apart from my general. Because I didn't have another option. Oh, Shrine Steward. Scare Tiller. Crashing Drawbridge. Yeah. So technically 4 cards that can block, that can block a creature with fear in this entire deck. So, yeah. Just going to get through for damage most of the time. Well, I shouldn't say most of the time. Probably, well, against that deck, yes. But I think you'd have to pay attention to who you're attacking. But that being said, you could be looking at you could be looking at probably like half the decks are going to be able to block it. Oh, plus artifacts. I'd say about 60% of decks can probably block whatever you're attacking with fairly easily. Bogart Loggers. What I said earlier about the Hillcomer Giant. Black creature with Forest Walk. 3 mana for a 2/1. Forest Walk. Pay a black and 2 other and sack this creature. Destroy target tree folk or forest. What? Yeah, destroy target tree folk or forest. that activated ability of being able to sacrifice them to blow up a forest. Again, personal opinion, black and green really high up here when it comes to commander decks in terms of colors being played. Not like they are colors that people will play a lot on their own and people will play a lot in combinations with other colors. Um, the other three colors are usually one or the other, but black and green commonly get played mono or with each other or in some other color combination elsewhere. And as a result, you start seeing, well, with in the last, I'd say the last 7 or 8 years, maybe less than that, maybe the last 5 years, you start seeing a fair number of lands that have basic land types that are not basic lands. For example, the triomes out of Ikoria, Zagoth triome and Denatha triome and Ralgrin triome and what have you. And the analogs from Capenna. And those are lands that can, that are basically got 3 basic land types. Well, you're playing 3 colors. You've got one. Kill it. What? Kill it. Destroying target tree folk a lot less interesting in most cases. But destroy target forest between that and I think part of what has propped up black was Cabal Coffers, Magus of the Coffers, and Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth. Green hasn't needed the help, but also relatively recently got Yavimaya Cradle of Growth. You know what? What do you call it? Yavimaya. Wow, you're still relatively inexpensive. Switch over to USD for convenience. $9. Wow. $9. Okay. Yeah, so a pretty affordable card to turn all lands everywhere. Well, in play anyway. But turn all lands into forests. Also, keep in mind the Yavimaya Cradle of Growth doesn't have a color identity. So you can run it in a mono black deck. Then Bogart Loggers can attack anyone. And you go from there. At which point, with the Yavimaya out, then you can blow up any land. So, yeah, I'd say it's I think it's okay to play on its own merits. I think if you run You have a Myocrytalo growth in the same deck for whatever reason, it gets a lot stronger. After that, actually destroy target tree, folk, or forest. Give me a moment. So that was weird. Apparently, one of the other doors in the house has decided to develop a squeak. Anywho. But yeah, Bogart Loggers, there's ways to make it work. It's, I mean, I'd, I'd probably only play a card like that as like a surgical tool. Um, I wouldn't want to play a bunch of cards that have a similar effect to this. But I wouldn't, I think it would be okay to have like a couple to deal with like something that's doing a little too much for somebody. Moonglove Winnower. 4 mana for 2/3 with Death Touch. Elf Rogue. Eh. I I think this is a bit much for what it does. Like, because you can get a 2/2 for Death Touch for 1 less mana. Do you really need to spend an extra point of damage, an extra point of mana to get a third point of toughness? And I'm not sure you even get that. Mana value equal 4. Oh, Death Touch. Power greater than 1. Toughness greater than 2. Oh, ID equal black. Sort by power. So you get a 1/3 that transforms into a 3 fill with a bunch of abilities. This is a 2/3 with other abilities. This is 2/3 with other abilities. Two, 4, 2, 5, 2/3 with a bunch of abilities. 3/3 whenever another non-token dies. Connive. When it dies, bring something back. I hate having a 3/3 with Death Touch, potentially a 4/4 if something else died this turn. Endling. A 4 mana 3/3 with a bunch of activated abilities. This is great. Activated Menace, Death Touch, Undying. +1 -1 or -1 +1. I'm not going to count that because that's going to be more difficult. That gives tokens Death Touch. As long as you control an artifact, that should be easy. 3/4 death, so 4/4 Death Touch for 4. 3/3 Flying Death Touch. 3/3 Death Touch with Mutate. Where are you actually from? Just Foundations Jumpstart, okay. 3/3 Death Touch. If a creature died this turn, target creature you control connives. 3/3 yeah, so for 4 mana, it's easy enough to get a 3/3 with Death Touch. Is creature type relevant? It's the only 4 mana. Alright, what if we bring this down? So for rogues, you have options. For elves, there's only 2 options. Wow. That's kind of silly. All right. Actually, what about elves that have got Death Touch anyway? Really? Literally, there are two elves that have got Death Touch. Huh. In mono black. And this is the cheaper of the two. Well then, now to be fair, if you switch over to black green, you could probably find more. But yeah, wow. Okay. So that's a thing. So you might be playing that out of necessity. Squeaking Pie Sneak. 2 mana for 2/2 of Fear that you can either reveal a goblin from your hand or pay 3 to cast it. Um, I would probably. I mean, this feels like it goes into a goblin deck instead of a rogue deck. Um, I'm not paying 5 mana for a 2/2 of Fear because you should be able to get a 2/2 of Fear for like 3 mana. Paying 5? No, just don't. That being said, if you've got ways to cheat it into play, stuff along the lines of uh, Ether Vial makes a lot more sense. But yeah, wouldn't bother. Uh, would probably find homes for the logger. I'd probably find homes for a lot of these cards over the sneak. Face Falter. If you have black is or not black. Let's try this again. Goblins is really easy to get extra tokens out of. So a card like Face Vaulter, pay a black sack a goblin to give it +2/+2 till end of turn. That's almost not a drawback. So yeah, you're playing a goblin deck and you're playing black. Run this. There's almost no reason not to. Mournwalk. When it enters, target player discards 2 cards. Evoke it for 4. Cost 6 to cast. Or sorry, cost 7 to cast. Eh? Again, going back to the discussion about discard and commander, if you really don't want effects that are target player discards a card. Whether you choose it or whether they do doesn't matter. You really don't want effects that are target player discards a card. If you're playing cards in commander to make people discard cards, I would say you want to make them discard it. You want at least 2 cards to be discarded to be worth considering. Everyone discards a card, or target player discards 2 or more. 2 feels iffy. This gets a bit of a pass because it's attached to a body that you can bring back. So you could evoke it and then reanimate it later, target somebody else. But again, discard very much ends up making you like the enemy at the table. especially amongst casual players. You are very much the enemy at the table because it's not an effect people on the receiving end enjoy. So I would pass on that in general. Red cards. Bogart Sprite Chaser. As long as you control a fairy, it gets +1/+1 and has flying. Again, the same situation as the what was it called? Kithkin Greatheart, I think it was called. Yeah, the Kithkin Greatheart. As long as you control a giant, +1/+1 and first strike. 2 mana, 2/1. This is a 2 mana 1/2. You control a fairy, +1/+1 and flying. And suddenly 2 mana for a 2/3 flyer is pretty good. And again, not hard to pull off. Do you have a somewhat aggressive red creature that happens to be a fairy? Do you have a somewhat aggressive red creature that's a that has changeling? Then you get cards like Mutavault. Mutavault and what do you call it? You're the uh Faceless Haven. Becomes all creature types. You know, Faceless Haven plus Mutavault. Uh, you know, having those in your mana base, you can play a mono red goblin deck and still find a way to make this into a 2/3 2/3 flyer. To be fair, like it's pretty good in red. So yeah, um, there are ways to make this work pretty easily. ID equal red. Sorry, ID colon red. Soulstone Sanctuary, currently in standard. Again, all creature types. I wonder, why is every creature type? That's why. Sort by color. So ignore that because that's stickers and that's BS. Maskwood Nexus I throw into a lot of decks, and it's still $1 rare. Maybe $2. Unless you're getting like a fancier version. Blades of Ellisville I probably wouldn't bother with. Volatile Claws, much better. This Volatile Claws is basically pay an extra mana, affect all your creatures. Amorphous Axe. Amorphous Axe I could see. Maskwood Nexus I can see. Rune Stalactite I can see. and then 3 lands. Oh, my dog. So yeah, pretty easy way. Pretty easy to go, hey, Bogart Sprite Chaser. Hey, by the way, you're now a 2/3 flyer, 2 land a turn. Wait, what? So yeah, have fun with that one. Lowland Oath. Target goblin creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains flying 2 land a turn. Sack at the beginning of the next end step. I don't know why the little one was so mad. He said to put him down, and I put him down. You play this to fling creatures at people. Yeah. Compare this to Stone Giant back in the day. Target creature you control with toughness less than this creature's power gains flying 2 land a turn. Destroy that creature at the beginning of the next end step. This only affects goblins. Gives an additional point of power. 3/4. This goes down to a 3/3. This is very close to a downshifted Stone Giant. Okay. Yeah, if you were ever considering playing Stone Giant or a card like that, Lowland Oath is really close to the same card. The only thing is, it only affects goblins, whereas Stone Giant will affect anything. Consuming Bonfire. Seven, 5 mana, 4 damage to a non-elemental creature. Again, will not hit. I was going to say planeswalkers. Will not hit changelings because they have all creature types. If you're choosing that ability. However, if you do want to hit a changeling, it can deal 7 damage to target treefolk creature. If it's not a changeling, then you read it as the way it was written. If it is a changeling, I pay 5 mana as a sorcery, 7 damage. Again, my problem with cards like this is I'm paying 5 mana sorcery. Why would I not run? And I'll go back to my I think it was Squee I was looking at. Yeah. I'll go back to Squee. Because Squee. I have Aftershock at 4 mana. Destroy target artifact, creature, or land and deals 3 damage to you. It's a 40 life format. Shrug. Don't care. Fisher. 2 red +3. Instant. Destroy target creature or land and it can't be regenerated. Or Lava Flow. Same cost as a sorcery. No disallow regeneration clause, but otherwise it's the same card. Or Introduction to Annihilation. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller draws a card. 5 mana sorcery. Why would I play Consuming Bonfire when I have, these four cards here as options? The answer is because the person that's playing them isn't aware of these options, or dealing damage is actually relevant to their deck. um, and keep in mind as well, you know, you also get cards like Wild Magic Surge, which you can play with, you know, and other similar effects in red, your various Chaos Warp effects and whatnot. Chaos Warp, polymorph-ish effects. I forget what the red polymorph is called. But yeah, the reason to play this over any of those other effects is because dealing damage is relevant to your deck. So, for example, if you're playing, you know, if you're playing one of these cards, for example, Brash Taunter or Stuffy Doll, you want damage to be dealt so that you can shoot it down here and then redirect it that way. And it's even more fun when you've got the equipment, and I can't remember what it's called. But it gives a quick creature this ability. Uh, I don't see it. No? What do you call it? I'm gonna have to find it. Sort by color. Unless it wasn't black, was it? No. What on earth were you? This is really going to drive me bonkers. I don't remember what it's called. I know there's an equipment. I know there's an equipment. Unless it wasn't an equipment. You know what? I'm gonna have to find it. And also, I don't see Prashed. Okay, ID equal red. Blazing Sunsteel. It deals that much damage to any target. Blazing Sunsteel. I knew it was an equipment. I knew it. I knew it was an equipment. I couldn't remember anything else about it. Anyway. So yeah. If you're playing with Brash Taunter, Stuffy Doll, Blazing Sunsteel, an effect like that can take the damage that's being dealt to it and send it elsewhere, then yes, you want an effect like Consuming Bonfire. If you just want it as a removal spell, honestly, start looking at my lists. I really want cards that can kill a creature without dealing damage. If you're not caring about dealing damage and you just want it gone, there's options. Usually really old cards. But again, not expensive cards. Like maybe expensive mana wise, but not expensive in terms of actual like dollar value. Cecil Seer Blades. 4 mana for 2/4. Whenever you activate an ability of an elemental, this gets +1/+0 till end of turn. Realistically, nowadays, because we've looked this up before, we're looking at a 4 mana. You're looking at a 4 mana creature. You could be looking at a 3/4, a 4/4, 4/3. You might be able to squeeze a 5/4 or 4/5 without a drawback. If you're playing elementals, also keep in mind it says activated abilities. People forget that most abilities that generate mana are activated abilities. I think that's the right name. Nope. Chandra's Embercat. 2 mana for a 2/2. Tap for red. Spend only to cast an elemental spell or a Chandra Planeswalker spell. You're playing elementals. It's an activated ability. The key to an activated ability is it has a colon, like cost, colon, do a thing. When you activate an activated ability of an elemental permanent, but not an elemental source that's not on the battlefield. So it has to be something that's in play. But it can be something that's not a creature that has ended up with the elemental type that has an activated ability. So if you have a Jace Planeswalker and you somehow manage to turn it into a creature with the elemental type, you activate Jace. It's an activated ability of an elemental. You're done. You're good. So this may be, this could be something that could end up being a 4/4 on a regular basis. But again, I think mana value equal 4, color equal red, toughness greater than 3. And then sort by power descending. So Sunspine Lynx is actually fairly inexpensive. Ashling Flame Dancer. You don't lose unspent red mana. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery, discard and draw. If this is second ability, 2 damage each opponent, each creature they control, which is great. If it's the third time, add quad red, which is basically her mana cost converted over to red. This is a 4/5. 4/4, 3/4. I love the flavor text. Put a blaze counter on target land without a blaze counter on. For as long as that land has a blaze counter on it, it has the beginning of your upkeep. This land deals 1 damage to you. The land continues to burn after this creature has left the battlefield. If the land ends up with more than 1 blaze counter on it, the ability still only causes it to deal 1 damage to each controller each turn. Oh. Yeah. So, not unreasonable. What is your other side? You're 4/4. Yeah. So 2/4, like a 2/4 that can get bigger by triggering stuff. You can do better. As an elemental, you can do better. I am much more interested in these first two than these next two. Rebellion of the Flamekin. Whenever you clash, you may pay 1. If you do, you get a 3/1 elemental token. If you won, it gains haste till end of turn. Again, perfectly serviceable. Let's say you clash twice. You've paid 6 mana and got 2 3/1 creature tokens, which isn't bad. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. And I'd say one of them had got haste. Okay. I mean, not unreasonable. Flamekin Blade Whirl. You play this in an elemental deck. You get for 1 red, you get a 2/1. You reveal a card from your hand that they know is going to come out at some point. paying a red to get a 2 power creature. I mean, if you're playing elementals, sure. And 2 power for 1 mana is still really good. But it's so easy to get a 2 power creature for 1 mana these days. Well, I shouldn't say it's so easy, but it's not. It's not a big stretch. I just know that when I decided to go and do up my aggro deck, I didn't want to start off with 1 mana creatures because quite often spending an additional mana to go to 2 is such a big leap. And it was also not completely unreasonable that I would want to put that I'd be wanting to play lands that entered tapped. And so, you know, if that ends up being a thing, if that ends up being a thing for whatever reason, enters tapped, enters tapped, enters tapped, enters tapped. Often enters tapped. Unless you control 2 or more. Enters tapped, enters tapped. I have 7 lands that are going to enter tapped. The backside of view enters tapped. And the backside of view enters tapped. So I have 9 lands out of my 38 that enter tapped. 9 out of 30. So about a quarter of my lands enter tapped. That means it's not unreasonable that I have a land entering tapped on turn 1. But then I should be able to play an untapped land on turn 2. And again, half my lands are basics. So this should be fine. You know, like playing something on turn 1 is meh, and realistically, like, what am I looking at for a 1 mana creature in general? A 1/1, a 1/2, a 2/1, maybe a 2/2 if I'm lucky. Whereas if I am playing, if I'm hitting 2 mana, I'm getting a 2/3, a 3/2. In a couple of instances, a 4/4. You know, I'm getting something that's enough bigger that skipping ones. Oh, hey, Smite. By the way, Smite, are you 808 or no? Okay. It's like, I'll remember eventually. Yeah, I used to play a bit of Smite back in the day. Uh, not, not a lot, but, basically League of Legends clone where you play gods and other beings from mythology. Um, but yeah, Flamekin Blade Roll. If I'm playing elementals, I may play it. But honestly, it's not a card that really interests me. Axe Grinder Giant, I'm a little more interested because amusingly because it's a vanilla creature. Six mana vanilla creature in red. Mana value equals 6. ID equal red. Is vanilla. You have two options, and they're both identical except for the creature types. You get Flameborn Viren, and you get the Axe Grinder Giant, and they're both 6/4s. I'm kind of surprised we haven't got something else like a 4/6 or a 5/5 or a 6/5 by now or something. That being said, um, you haven't got a lot of vanilla creatures these days. You've got you got the Cycle from Ether Drift. You got you know what? Sort by color. That'll be easier. You got a 2/3 for 2. You got a 2/2 for 2. A 2/1 for 1. Yeah, see? You have a 2/1 for 1 at common now. You've got a 12/8 for 6, and you got a 3/2 for 2. Roadkill takes on an entirely different meaning when the beast you crash into is more likely to kill you. Oops. But yeah, so now you can get a 2/1 for red at common with no shenanigans going on, rather than having to play Flamekin Blade Whirl. That's part of the reason it's like I'm because it doesn't do anything. If it was a 2/1 with haste, let's say, I could see it, but it's like, yeah, or even a 1/1 with haste, I could see it. Flinkin Spitfire? Cards like this interest me. Sure, it's 4 mana for its activate ability. Sure, don't care. There's enough times when you're going to have, in the course of a game, you're going to have like 4 extra mana floating around and you don't know what to do with it. And now that we've got fire bendings going on, that gives you more ways to use the extra mana. Plus, it's not hard to generate as much mana as you want. I was talking to somebody, was it last weekend? Or last week, rather? And they were talking about playing World Gorger Dragon combo in Commander. World Gorger Dragon is like, it requires this card, and there might be other ways you can duplicate the effect. Actually, yeah, there is. There's at least one. So there's at least 2 cards, and at least 3 cards on this side to make it go off. No, sorry, 1 card. 1 card here, 3 cards here, and you end up with infinite mana. And Flamekin Spitfire gives you an outlet for all that infinite mana. Flamekin Spitfire also ends up being hilarious if you end up with like uh Gorgon's Head or Gorgon's Flail or whatever it's called, or again, my old standby of Basilisk Collar. Cool, give it Death Touch. Ping die, ping die, ping die, ping die. So yeah, 4 mana, deal 1 damage to any target, but does not tap for the ability. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that every day of the week. Especially since it's an activated ability, there are ways to reduce that. Oh, jeez. There. Sort by color. Okay, I don't see anything there. Oh, there we go. Hearthstone. Hearthstone does it. And then anything else? Not that I see. There we go. And then sort by color. So, adding blue and turning it into an artifact, which you don't need blue to do directly. Forensic Agitator kicks in. Training Grounds kicks in. Just because it's a creature. If you somehow make it into a land, Blossoming Tortoise works. I equip abilities that target and or is that okay. Agatha the Vile Cauldron, you're already playing red. Activated abilities of creatures you control cost X less to activate, where X is Agatha's power. That's equip abilities. Zerda the Dawn Waker. Activated abilities. Sorry, abilities you activate that aren't mana abilities. Mana abilities generate mana. They don't cost mana. Biomancer's Familiar if you're going into not red. So you have to be looking at least Teamer here. Okay, that's only stuff in your graveyard. Of cards that are in your graveyard. Okay, so there's... You ideally need to go into at least a second color. But you have options. And this can end up being brought down to paying red to deal 1 damage. So again, if you can generate a crazy amount of mana, Flamekin Spitfire, it's something you can drop early, cheap, and cool. I generate infinite mana. Okay, fine. Goat Napper! There are now 16 goats in the game. Are you actually... Okay. There's 5 in white. There are 7 in red. And there's 3 in green. Realistically, though, actually, are any of these actually worth playing? Maybe. Caprichrome is actually pretty decent. Landscaper Colos, I think I'm running that in at least one deck. Partly due to the fact that it's got basic land cycling. Possessed Goat is entertaining. It's a 1 mana 1/1 that you can pay 3 and discard a card later to make it into a 4/4 demon. Stormwall Caprador, if it would be dealt damage, prevent that damage. Oh yeah, this thing is just going to be dumb. This thing will grow instead of damage being dealt to it. And this is the kind of card that makes why I want cards like Aftershock and Fissure and Lava Flow in my deck instead of Burninating. Thriving Ibex. You really want flicker abilities for something like this. Or Panharmonicon or something so you can keep getting the activated ability, or sorry, the enter the battlefield ability more than once, and then you can end up doing this. Battering Craghorn is meh. Kolo's Yearling, I've actually always... Well, I would like this more if it costs less to cast. I mean, that being said, turning all lands into mountains is kind of easy. Craghorn. Frantic Scapegoat. This thing is becoming really silly in standard right now. Thanks, Saffron Olive. Mountain Goat. Only the heroic and the mad follow mountain goat trails. It's fine. Wild Kolos 3 mana for 2/2 haste is, acceptable. Zodiac Goat, literally Mountain Goat in another color, or with another name. Capricopian, a Goat Hydra. Sounds wrong. Oh, wow. Oh, this is funny. So, this is an X-Spell Goat Hydra. Green plus X, enters with X plus 1 counters at. Fine. 2, colon. Put a plus 1 counter on this creature, then you may reselect which player this creature is attacking. Only the player this creature is attacking may activate this ability, and only during the declare attacker step. What? So I'm attacking over here. The person activating this can go, cool, I'm going to pay 2 mana, put plus 1 counter on, and have it go over here. Well, I'm going to pay 2 mana and have it go back to you. I'm going to pay 2 mana and have it go back to you. I'm going to pay 2 mana and have it go over here. Me? Why am I getting involved? Screw this. I'm paying 2 mana and getting it back over here. Yeah. I need to send this to a friend of mine. Where are you? Capricorn. Copy. And I'll send that to Holly too. Boop. Noodle. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to be silly. Flopsy, Boomy's buddy. 6 mana for 4/4. When enters, put plus 1 counter on each creature you control. Each creature you control power 4 or greater can't be blocked by more than one creature. So it has anti-menace, i.e., menaces you need at least 2 to block me. Flopsy says, no. You can block me, but only by 1 creature. Board wipe stream? I got a raid? How did I get... Oh my god, I got a raid. I am confused. I think this is the first time I've ever had anybody raid me. I'm... I don't know what to say now. So what were you... wow. So board wipe, what were you guys doing this evening? This afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone? I was about to board wipe to win. Ah. Fumigate. Why? What's wrong with fumigate? Also, I have to laugh. You bring up Hope. I have a friend by the name of Hope, and um, yeah, we like to tease her every so often. She also plays Magic, so it's like Jared pinged before I could cast. Oh, but yeah, there's even that card called was it? Was it Hope Against Hope? Yeah. We had to get her a copy of this just because it's her name. Laboratory Maniac. Yep. Yeah, Labman does all sorts of shenanigans. Now, I guess my question is, if you're playing Labman, did you combo to do that, or was it just the game went on that long? He stole my win con. No. Did he goat nap your win con? I won with a combo with another deck several times. Star Starwinder. I don't remember Starwinder. When a creature deals, you control deals. Oh, that thing. so Star Labman was there. I That sounds like Laboratory Maniac was there in case you end up drawing too many cards. As opposed to, something like demonic consultation kind of thing. No, I'm talking about the Laboratory Maniac itself. You want Starwinder. Yeah, you want Starwinder to draw lots of cards, but if you draw too many cards, you have Labman there to. Yeah, yeah. No, I get that. Wow, that must have been fun. Yeah, I tend to play very. I generally tend to play pretty low key decks. Um, I've got one deck, for example, that's got like it's mono white with like every combo I can think of jammed into the same deck, but no way to tutor up any of the parts. uh, if you're interested, that's a list to. Here's the list of decks that I at least have a concept figured out. Links to actual lists and um any that are marked here with a Y, I've actually got physically built. And thank you very much. I'm 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 flabbergasted because, like I said, I don't think like I've been doing this for a few months now. I started off with uh, Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, and then went straight into all the expansions. I'm basically doing one a week. This has now been going on for somewhere in the ballpark of 10 months. 10 months, I think, or something like that. I think this is the first time I've ever been rated. But yeah, I tend to build decks that are weird one way or another. Like my uh for control, I have a mono green control deck, which I originally came up with well over a decade ago, and only about 3 or 4 years finally actually finished building it. Um, Kozilek I have for control. A lot of these, you'll notice some of these, I've got about a dozen decks that are made of just commons. Um, I have I have a Dimir deck that's based on, you know, stuff you see in Yu-Gi-Oh! I have my god cards. Oh yeah. I'm basically going through the backlog starting from like the start of the game and looking at the cards that are um like cuz Scryfall gives you the ability to search by EDH rank. And so if you put it in descending order, the least popular cards show up at the top. And so I'm going through those for every set and, by color, etc. And going, like, what's a card that, like Goat Napper? The funny thing about Goat Napper that people completely forget about is, yes, it says untap target goat. There's only like 16 goats in the game. But there's all these changelings, and people love playing with changelings. And sometimes you get cards like Mass Vandal that pop up all over the place because it's just efficient. Goat Napper turns around and says, "Cool, I'm gonna steal your creature." uh, and then, well, your typical what's the your typical threaten effect. Okay, I stole your creature. What am I going to do with it now? I don't want to give it back. So a lot of the time I see an effect like this, and my brain goes to because again, casual commander player. I like building weird stuff. I'm actually toying with the idea of building a deck around mono blue vanilla creatures, which really ends up being, toughness matters. But I mean, I get Kalorna as the general, and she's like a 0/8 for 2 out of Ether Drift. I mean, tell me that doesn't pique somebody's interest. Well, then there's, let's see if I can. Let's see if I can find you. I do not remember where I put you. Uh, you in here? There you are. So then you add this guy, and it's pretty easy to go, cool, Killorn on 3, Geralf on 4, or sorry, Kalorna on 2, Geralf on 3. On 4, sack it, sack Kalorna, make a zombie, which is now going to be an 8/8 zombie. That is probably my best payoff for playing with a bunch of creatures that have got like high toughness. But that's going to be my general starting point for that deck. But yeah, as for Goat Napper, like I said, people are going to be playing with like a lot of. I shouldn't say a lot of. They're not going to be playing with a lot of changelings, but I think every deck is going to. I think it's reasonable for the average deck to probably run like 2. Blind Spot Giant, if you're running Giant Tribal, you run this. And again, if you have any changelings at all, yeah, you just end up with an aggressive creature there. But to be fair, 4 power. 4 power is pretty good when you're looking. You're looking for a big body. Lash out. Again, back to the issues with Clash. Uh, you really want to play. If I still say if you're playing Lash Out, you're probably having to run 5 colors to make it work well. At least 4, because there's not that many clashers in, what was it? I think it was black and red had the least. I think it was black had the least, because black only had 5. I think it was white, green had 7 each. And red and blue had 6 each, I think. That feels right. Plagon. Yeah, Smite. The only problem with Plagon is I'm looking at mono blue, and that's got a white blue activation, which technically means it's no longer mono. I mean, to be fair, I could run it as my general and just not care about the white. But my plan was to run Kalorna as my general, and if I do that, Plagon is not an option. And that would make me sad. Uh yeah, again, my I have 2 issues with Lash Out. Again, one being the fact that it's Clash, and it's hard to build around such an insular mechanic. I can't remember the word I want for that, but it's like you basically need to play from like cards from that block, and that's it. Any of you guys remember the word for that? It's like how they talk about energy. You you can only, or affinity. You can basically only play cards from like MH3 or Kaladesh and Ether Revolt, or that's all there is for energy. I can't remember the name of the word, or I can't remember the word I want for it. But yeah, Lash Out. Again, my 2 issues are it's Clash, so you're stuck playing Lorwyn block, and unless I mean, hopefully we get some more Clash in Lorwyn Eclipse, and B, 3 damage to target creature. Creatures tend to outpace that fairly quickly in Commander. And so my favorite uh my favorite cards for dealing with creatures. Again, if you go to this Squee deck, uh Aftershock Fisher, Introduction to Annihilation, Lava Flow will kill any creature and not care how big it is. And all those are also commons and like fairly easy to get your hands on as a result. And then Flamekin Brawler. I've always liked Flamekin Brawler. You know, 1 red for 0/2 is not a terrible starting point when you're looking at red. And then Fire Breathing. When he hits people, they stay hit. Yeah, gee, I wonder why. So I would put this in any deck where I'm looking for like a cheap aggressive 1 drop, really. I'm playing red. I need an aggressive 1 drop. I am happy playing this card. But yeah, I tend not to go through all the cards because, like, for example, if I'm going through this, I started at 6 o'clock my time. It's closing in on 11:30. There's no way I would get through, uh, you know, over 200 cards in that amount of time. Flamekin Brawler might synergize well with Firebending. Yeah, yeah, Firebending does really well for, and I think that's part of the reason. I think that gave them a good reason to put Firebending in red. Like there are other ways it could have gone. It could have gone to white. It could have gone to black. Um, it wouldn't make sense for red or green, or sorry, for blue or green, but it could make sense for the other 2 colors. And the fact that red already had a history with cards like Flamekin Brawler, the fire breathing ability, that just made it so easy a natural fit. You know, why just why don't you? Yeah, but I'm looking at it more from like how the deck. Well, I'm looking at more how it plays out. Green tends to have permanents that tap for mana or ways to get lands out of your deck. Red's effects tend to be much more temporary. That being said, I can't remember who I was talking to, but a conversation came up a couple months back where, based on what we're seeing currently, and if you look at what's even stuff that's come out in standard, um, like current standard, ignore the competitive aspect of it. Stuff that exists in current standard, it is not completely unreasonable that in, let's say, 5 years, we could see Llanowar Elves ported over into red. That feels like a viable thing. So, like Endrizer Catalyzer, for example. Oh, Pyromancer's Goggles got a reprint. Cool. Uh, Sunset Strike Master. You're already looking at a 2 mana 3/1 that taps for red. And then you can pay 3 mana and sack it to deal 6 to a flyer. I can very easily see this dropping a mana here, dropping this last ability, and bring it down to like a 0/1 or a 1/1, and suddenly green has got Llanowar Elves. Zookeeper Mechan, same idea. Lose this last ability, cut a mana off, bring it down to a 1/1. You have a Llanowar. You're almost at Llanowar Elves right there. So I think it's conceivable that that within 5 years we can end up with red Llanowar Elves. Warren Scourge Elf, protection from goblins. Again, this to me this feels like a metagame call, i.e., somebody in a group likes playing goblins. Okay, I'm gonna throw this in. And again, it's going to be one of those cards with a piece of text that's pretty much throwaway until it matters. But when it matters, it really matters. So it's very much going to be like what's his name? Das Buffoon here. It won't matter until it really matters. Lamastide Weave. I don't think we. Okay. I think the biggest reason to play this card is because you are trying as hard as you can in some format to build a mono green mill deck. That's really hard to pull off. If you can pull that off, my hat's off to you. Because right now, this is all there is. Yeah. For actual mill cards in green, there's only 4. So you might end up with some more cards from Fallout because of radiation. It is really incredibly hard to figure out a way. Now, to mill yourself, no big deal. Self mill, you want to mill yourself? Go ahead. You want to mill somebody else? You need to run this card. If you ever find a way to figure out how to sensibly build a mono green mill deck, and here's the thing. I try very hard to lean on, like, if I'm building, let's say, my mono green control deck. If you check the link, you'll notice that in every case I possibly can, I'm relying on green cards to do a job, and I'm going elsewhere if I really need to, but I try not to. My mono blue ramp deck, same idea. I'm trying very hard to find blue cards to do the job, not artifacts, even though I can play them. With that one, I kind of had to. it's really hard to find enough cards where you can mill in blue. You know, so I have in this stack of 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of my guys are blue, or sorry, are artifact. But the stuff to ramp into is all blue. My ritual effects, quote unquote, are all blue. Digging for lands, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 12. So most of these are actually blue. My spot removal is all blue. Stuff that has landfall, I've only got 2 cards in here that are like Crucible of Worlds. Unless I'm playing green, I don't think there's another way to get this effect. Mass removal is all blue. And some of my fun shenanigans are all blue. And 5 artifact lands because, sometimes I'm having to play Trinket Mage, and well, this is a way to make sure I've got enough lands that I can pull out. But I try very hard to stick with that color. If I'm going a mono green mill deck, I'm playing this because I have to, and then just finding like I might end up having to use like Seedborn Muse effects. Go Seedborn Muse and then go uh, Seedborn Muse, Isochron Scepter, Lamastide Weave sort of thing going on. But if you're just playing this just for a cantrip or just for the like gaining life occasionally, no, just I would play the Worn Scourge Elf over Lamastide Weave, like in general, very easily. Elvish Handservant, it's going to get some growth. It'll probably get like 2 counters over the course of game. I don't see it in general getting more than 2 counters over the course of a game. If it gets more than 2, I am very impressed. I even in a format like Pauper, I think this is a hard sell. I don't think it's impossible, but I think it's a hard sell. Sylvan Echoes, again, if you're playing the Clash deck, and you're in green, which you probably should be in my opinion, you should be playing this card because the more cards you draw, the more you can get to your clashing earlier, etc., etc. Kith King Daggerdale, Daggerdale, I should say. 2 mana for 1/1. Green tap, target attacking creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. I would generally like. No, no, I think this is right because white would be like just tap and target. Well, be target attacking or blocking creature gets +1/+1, but there wouldn't be a mana cost involved at that point. I'm less enthused by this though. I think that largely comes down to the fact that it's just attacking creatures, whereas a lot of the time you want a giant growth effect of any sort. you're not casting it to push through damage. You're casting it to um you're casting it to prov- to stop something from dying to an effect. You know, for example, if we look at stuff that's currently in standard, you've got nowhere to run. You know, 2 mana flash enchantment. When it enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-3 till end of turn. We'll ignore the rest of the text for now because that's less relevant at this point. Cool. In response, giant growth. It ends up neutral, but as a result, my creature doesn't die. So this only being good on attacking, you better be sure that your deck is going to be attacking a lot. Now, if you're playing a deck like Elves, sure, that makes sense. But then you're playing Elves. Why are you running a Kithkin Soldier? Now, that being said, I can answer that myself. As soon as I can find them. Nope, not there. You're a wall to give haste. There we go. 3. Nope, not under 3. There we go. 4 or more. Wolf Spirit. 5 mana. 6 : creatures I control get +1/+1 and gain trample till end of turn. Keep in mind, this deck is commons only, which is why I'm running this instead of something like Endrazor Forerunners or I was going to say Colossal Dreadmaw. That's not the card I'm thinking of. Critterhoof Behemoth. Because this deck is strictly commons. Even went so far as to make sure I had commons for my, for my general. I was originally running Prismatic Piper. Then Master Chef came out, and I'm like, wait a sec. I'm playing a deck that's nothing but commons. This is a common background that essentially, as soon as I get my general out, I get like a Lord effect on all my creatures. I'll take that. But yeah, you're playing Commander. Why are you worrying about a creature getting through for an extra couple of points of damage? You're better off looking at something that can give all your creatures a pump. Where's my white deck? Here it is. So, better example would be something like Charismatic Vanguard. Or, Steadfast Unicorn. Something that can pump my entire team. Yeah, it costs a couple extra mana. But A, it doesn't tap for its ability. B, it affects everybody. I think if I'm playing something like Tiny Leaders, I'm more interested in Kithkin Dagger. I think if I'm playing something more like I don't even think if I'm in an aggressive deck I'd be that thrilled with it. I think I'd be having to play a format like Tiny Leaders where I've got a much smaller deck size to work with. Bogstrider Ash, as I mentioned before, with a creature with off-color landwalk amuses me greatly. 4 mana for 2/4. It's okay. With Swamp Walk. And again, black and green being so high in playability in Commander. Chances are somebody's playing at least one. I would say in a typical group of 4, you would see at least 2 decks that are running black and or green. Whenever a player casts a goblin spell, you may pay green. If you do, gain 2 life. Okay, fine. Realistically, that's going to be whenever somebody casts a changeling. Again, you'll get that to come up a couple of times. I would be more interested in playing this as a 2/4 Swamp Walk for 4. And again, I want to build that deck sometime. Fistful of Force. Again, one of these cards where you want to manipulate the top of your deck. I'd probably be okay in general just playing this as a slightly worse giant growth. That will, because occasionally it will get out of hand. You know, a lot of the time, you're like, it's just going to be like it's 2 mana to get +2/+2, which, while the benchmark is pay a green, get +3/+3, this is still not unreasonable if you fail. If you do succeed, it's +4/+4 in trample. I think +3/+3 in trample is commonly 3 mana. Recently started getting to 2. So it's fine. I would be okay playing this outside a Clash deck. If I'm looking for another pump effect. If I'm looking for giant growth effects in general, like I'm building an infect deck, for example, I'd feel fine putting Fistful of Force in it. Guardian of Cloverdale. This is the sort of thing that I like to see if, again, weird deck ideas. Let's play mono green. Let's play mono green aristocrats. This is 7 mana for 4/5 that makes 3 additional bodies when it enters that I can sacrifice for an effect. Now, to make this work better, what I want is an effect like Mask with Nexus to turn all my creatures into Kithkin. But it gives me a sack outlet. I then don't need to go to... I don't need to go cards like Greater Good and whatnot. I can. It just gives me another sack outlet. So something like this. Oh, actually, I need to... Where are you here? This one. This one. You. uh... Copy. There we go. I'm being a terrible person. You're like, why? Why am I being a terrible person? Um, one of the people from MTG Goldfish used to live about an hour to an hour and a half away from here. And he also likes building odd stuff. I believe he has a mono green aristocrat stack. So I'm like, hey, by the way, here, what do you think of this card? Because this is 4 bodies in a single card. So yeah, again, if you're looking to build something weird, it's worth it. Yeah, I would call that weird. Kithkin Morn Caller. 3 mana, 2/2. Whenever an attacking Kithkin or elf is put in a graveyard from the battlefield, you may draw a card. Oh. Oh. I wonder if I should actually throw that in, because I have 2 elf decks. I wonder if I should toss that into Lathril. Because I've got one that's commons only, I've got one that's not, which is Golgari. Wonder if I should throw that into my Golgari build. Hunt down. Target creature blocks target creature this turn of Fable. So basically it's it's lure, but it only affects one other creature. That has to block here. Man, I wish this was an instant so you could do it during combat when you're not involved. Yeah, I'm if I really no, I really want a 1v1 lure effect. I usually want it to be more than that. Or if I want that, I want it to be like an activate ability. Target creature must block this turn of Fable. Nas Elite. Again, I mean, if you're playing Clash, you might have to play this. If you're playing anything else, pass. Because if you win the if you don't win the Clash, you've got a 5 mana 4/2. Meh. If you win the Clash, you get a 5 mana 5/3. Oh, all creatures able to block this creature do so. Oh, hello. So this has lure built into it. I completely glossed over that line. My brain went from here straight to here. I completely glossed over that line. I am now more interested in this card. It has lure built in. If it has lure built in, then a card like Venomous Fangs just ends up getting silly. Whenever an enchant creature deals damage to a creature, destroy the other creature. Also, they're both commons, combining for 25 cents. Huh. I am amused by that. But this is a card where I really want to win that clash. And now that the rules have changed back to being able to split combat damage how you want, I wonder. Ba, 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 ba. Block. If two or more creatures are blocking it, it assigns combat damage to those creatures divided as its controller chooses among them. Yeah, cool. So this makes it a card where I really want to win the clash. This is a kind of card where I want to be able to manipulate the top of my deck. Heal the scars. Okay. We haven't actually talked about life gain much this we haven't actually talked much about life gain this episode. So I'll bring it up now. Again. When it comes to life gain, as far as I'm concerned, there's two different ways to build it. Let's say you're to gain 10 life, because this is the key. Do I want 10 instances of gain 1 life, or do I want 1 instance of gain 10 life? Because that's two completely different deck designs. Gaining 10 life at once, I think I'm looking at a card like Sunbond and stuff like that. Which, I mean, you can play it in decks that gain 1 life 10 times, but I don't think it's as good there. Whereas 10 instances of gain 1 life, you want to play with a Johnny's Pride Mage and Bloodthirsty Aerialist and stuff of that nature. And I see Heal the Scars, and I'm like, this stops a creature from dying. And I'm probably gaining a decent amount of life in it. I'm not spending a 4 mana instant on like a 1/1 or a 2/2. I'm probably trying to stop a 5/5 or 6/6 from dying. So I'm getting a healthy chunk of life at once. So I put that in the bulk gain life camp rather than the little bits and pieces life gain camp. And again, I think probably about 4 mana is like the bottom end of this, and 4 life is probably the bottom end for this, and 3 is probably the top for this. Actually, 3 might be a bit much. I'd be. Because gaining 3 life, I'd rather see gain life, gain 1 life 3 times. So, heal the scars. Again, stop something from dying. Gain a healthy amount of life. Uh, anything? No. Alright. Multicolored cards. Yay! The first suite of cards that I remember ever seeing that made people stand up and go, I'm going to build a commander deck around this. Sig River Guide. At this point, merfolk were basically white-blue, so this made sense. 2/2 Island Walk, target merfolk you control gains protection from the color of your choice till end of turn. How many times do you think you need to activate this? If you're playing with a lot of merfolk, you probably want to activate a lot. If you're playing with some merfolk, if you're playing with some merfolk, then this is probably more reasonable. This will keep target merfolk from dying to things like, including itself because it is a merfolk, from dying to things like, Star of Extinction and Chain Reaction and all that jazz. I feel like this is one of those cards nowadays you probably want to throw in your 99. There's probably better options now. I would be fine seeing this in the 99. I guess the big question is Commander ID equal Azorius? Type merfolk. What other options are there? Whenever you cast an instant sorcery, make a animate a land. Charade. When she enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and stun it. Whenever you tap one or more untapped creatures your opponent's control. Okay, meh. And you do not exist yet. It transforms into... I think in general, if I'm playing Azorius Merfolk, Sig River Guide is probably the most appropriate one. Like, in general. It depends on, like, what kind of deck it is, but if it's just, like, a generic Merfolk deck, you're probably running Sig. Widwin, 4 mana, 3/3 Flash Flyer, pay 2 mana and a life to return her back to your hand. You're playing this because you've got payoffs for casting stuff on your opponent's turn. Or because, casting her gives you, some other kind of payoff. But I feel like this is generally, I mean, she's a Fae. You have better, well, I shouldn't say you have better Fae options, but you have other Fae options that make sense. Is Commander ID equal Dimir type fairy? Yeah, 7 options. Una, Queen of the Fae. If you're playing fairies, is an option. If you're playing fairies, this gives you an actual, playable option. Tegwill. Where was Tegwill? Oh, Wilds of Eldraine Commander. Okay. Um, Casting down on your opponent's turn. Alayla works. Nimrus also works for casting stuff on your opponent's turn. Obira feels like one of those cards you toss in the 99. I mean, it's still fine. Uh, Una, you largely do this to make a bunch of tokens to kill your opponents with. Yeah, Woodwin. I feel like Woodwin, if anything, is a card in the 99 nowadays. Unless you again, unless you've got another specific reason for this ability. Nath of the Guilt Leaf. Lathrel's kind of taken over Nath's spot. You're not playing this for L's. You are playing this because you are making your opponent's discard. You know, you are making your opponent's discard and getting payoffs for it. If the payoff happens to be Elf, it wouldn't matter if it was or not. Horde of Notions. your 5-color, your 5-color elemental general that allows you to cast elementals from your graveyard without paying their mana cost, which does mean that you don't evoke stuff, you actually get them as their full body. And this has got, 3 nice keywords. So if you're building a keyword soup tap, you're already probably considering that as an option even without the elemental bit. Word Pogardanti. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may return target goblin card from your graveyard to your hand. Let's just see if I can find it quickly. There's Tarfire. Tribal / Kindred Instinct Goblin. Whoops. Control-Shift-T. It's a goblin card. This can bring back a goblin card from your graveyard to your hand. So you can consistently bring back Tarfire every turn. Deal an extra 2 damage, and an extra 2 damage, and an extra 2 damage, and an extra 2 damage. Until such point as somebody kills it out of your graveyard. Hopefully you've got a way to bring it back. But yeah. And it's a 3/3 with Fear for 4. Not bad. But yeah, you can just keep killing creatures, keep killing small creatures and keep killing, Zot your opponents. And you're playing, the thing is, you're also playing goblins. So being able to go, roar! Here's a bunch of goblins I'm throwing at you. Brian Stoutarm. 4 mana for 4/4 with lifelink. Pay red, tap, and sack it. And sack another creature. That creature deals damage equal to its power to target player or planeswalker. So you're not going to kill any other creatures. However, you can throw the creature that you goat napped. I will point that out. Yeah, this one is easy. Gaddock Teague. You play Gaddock Teague when you want to turn around people. When you want to turn around and tell people, sorry, you can't play that. You play Gaddock Teague when you want to stop people from playing Commander. What? A lot of the really good cards in Commander are 4 or higher. It won't stop the creatures. You're hoping that you've got a creature, like you see this, you're hoping you've got a creature with a good come into play ability. Like Ravenous Chupacabra to take care of this. Otherwise, yeah. You play this when you are looking to play uh like a Death and Taxes style deck. And then during the Siege Tower. We know about during the Siege Tower. I've brought this up a few times because each creature assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. It says it's a 0/5. Deals combat damage as a 5 power. Let's see here. And then artifacts we can get through quickly. Twinning Glass. I think that might be Twining Glass. I'm not sure. Forticat, really hard to pull off in Commander. Pay 1 and tap it. You may cast a spell from your hand without paying its mana cost if it has the same name as the spell that was cast this turn. I do have a deck that would work on. Sorry, I have a deck that I have built that would work on. And that is Azorius Persistent Petitioners. Azorius Mill with a bunch of advisors. And about 24 copies of, Persistent Petitioners. I find that if I'm building around a theme, about a quarter of them is a good place to go. Yeah. So this will do about... So this will take about... this will affect about a quarter of the deck. You can put more in. You don't need to. I find 24, 25-ish is a good number to make things work. Yeah, and this can get you another copy. You're playing any kind of Persistent Petitioners, Heir Apparent, Dragon's Approach, any of those kind of decks, this will be fine. And let you get extra copies out. Moonglove Extract. I played this in Standard because I was playing a mono red burn deck, and I wanted a way to make sure that I could deal with stuff that had protection from red. So I threw a couple of these in my sideboard because that gave me an out too. Because protection from colors was still a thing at that point. That was not a thing I wanted to have to worry about. Oh, that's what that is. Would I play this in Commander now? Not unless I've got a way to continuously recur this. And to do that, I think you need... like, this is a cheap card, but I think to make this work, you need some expensive cards. like Lion's Eye Diamond. You empty your hand, you play Auroch Salvagers, which again, cheap card. You know, the most expensive printing's like a quarter. Zero to cast. Sack it and discard your hand. Add 3 mana of any color. The Salvagers only cost 2 to activate. But when you sack the LED, you get 3. So you're going to get ahead in mana. As long as you remember that at least half the mana you generate is white, the rest can be whatever. Well, if you go through that loop, oh, you can't do that. Auroch Salvagers only gets up to 1 mana. You can't use Moonglove Extract, which means you need an effect like Pyrite Spellbomb, which incidentally has got a red activation, so therefore it counts as a red card. But if you can find a card like this, once you've generated enough mana, you start sacrificing and returning the Spellbomb, and do that to win the game. Moonglove Extract is not going to work because it costs 3. So you need another way to pull this off. But you can generate infinite mana. So if you're to use Moonglove Extract, I might be looking at Sanctum Gargoyle. Yeah, now we start going through hoops. Yeah. Sanctum Gargoyle. Flickering this with something like Eldrazi Displacer would let you keep getting back the Moonglove Extract. Continuously flicker the Gargoyle, continuously get this back. It takes like 6 mana per iteration, etc., etc. If you're trying to infinitely combo kill somebody, there's easier ways to do it. If you're trying to infinitely combo kill somebody, just play the Sun Gun combo or something like that. Wanderer's Twig. 1 to cast, pay 1 and sack it. So note that this and the extract don't care if they're tapped. Search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. If I'm looking to play a deck that plays like mono green does, without playing green. Whoops, wrong one. For example, this. Then Wayfarer's, like, I went to Wayfarer's Bauble because I wanted the land to actually enter. But Wanderer's Twig was on my radar. It was on my radar, and it did get, it does give an additional option to something like that. I went with Wayfarer's Bauble because it actually got the land into play. But that's fine. If I wanted another card like that and I wasn't going with swords, for example, then yeah, I may be playing Wanderer's Twig in that deck. I took the route and I went with swords. That's the thing. Rune Stalactite, um, relevant for a couple of categories of decks. One is, well, TLDR is anything that cares about stuff having a given creature type, but what you're putting this on doesn't already have that creature type. If you're just doing it for the +1/+1, you're doing it wrong. Don't play this. You are playing this because it grants every creature type. And then suddenly you get to see cards like you know, Kithkin Greatheart. You equip it to a Kithkin Greatheart, and then suddenly now you've got a 4/3 first strike. Or you equip it to the Bogart Sprite Chaser, and now you've got a 3/4 flyer. You know, that's the sort of reason you play Rune Stalactite. Or you're playing a tribal deck and you want one of your creatures to get more buffs from other things. Herbal Poultice. This is, amusingly, the same but opposite costs of the Moonglove Extract. 3 to cast, 0 in sack, 2 damage. Herbal Poultice, 0 to cast, 3 in sack to regenerate. And it's fine, but I mean, first of all, I think regeneration needs to see more play. So much stuff just like you have indestructible, which will get around some of regeneration. Well, it'll get around a lot of regeneration. Because regeneration stops a thing from dying from something that's going to be, destroy or lethal damage. Indestructible does the same thing. But I think it's easier to make target creature able to regenerate rather than target creature indestructible. Because regeneration, I know you can get across 3 colors. And I think indestructible you only get 2. So, it's, plus again, mono brand. So, I think people need to look at regeneration more than they normally do. Death Render. Death Render is hilarious. Death Render allows you to bypass mana costs completely. 4 to cast, 2 to equip. Quick creature gets +2/+2. Okay. Whenever a quick creature dies, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield and attach this equipment to it. As soon as somebody dies, somebody else comes into play and picks up the blade, and they keep going. So if you're playing with a deck that's got a decent, like a bunch of creatures that are of a decent size, let's say 3/3s, 4/4s, maybe 5/5s, you might actually want this. I don't think I would go smaller than a 3/3. Well, no, a 2/2 picking this up becomes a 4/4, which is healthy. Even more fun if it's got some kind of other ability add on to it, like trample. Okay, I wouldn't go to a 1-drop though, but I could see a grizzly bears picking this up. Not literally, but you get the idea. Kolfner's Urn. Whenever creature toughness 4 or greater is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, you may exile it. At the beginning of the end step, if 3 or more creatures have been exiled with this artifact, sacrifice it. If you do, return those creatures to the battlefield under their owner's control. So, what this can do, anything that's got a sufficiently big enough butt, Wrath of God, everything dies. My bigger creatures go into the urn. End step, I smash the urn, all my bigger creatures come back. Yeah. If this is, this is kind of like Teferi's protection, giving protection to a lot of your creatures. It won't stop them from dying, but maybe you don't want to stop them from dying, and maybe you do want them to come back. Because stuff that's got death triggers and stuff that have enter the battlefield triggers, Kolfner's Urn. Smash! Blah! Yeah, pairing this with any sort of mass removal, and speaking of the end step, at end of turn, not end of your turn. So this will trigger every turn. The second ability checks how many creatures have been exiled with Kolfner's. Yeah. They don't have to die all at the same time. That's the other thing. As long as it's got at least 3 bodies. But you go 2 bodies. Wrath of God. Yeah, I like that. Thar of Amethyst. Again, you're playing this with Gaddock Teague to play Death and Taxes, etc. Maybe you are, maybe you just like playing a couple of these effects is fine if you're going for like like if you're I have a deck that's more than half creatures. If I'm putting this in, like, I might put this in that deck, and it'll only affect, like, half a dozen cards in my deck. I don't think I would play this, though, unless I'm basically pulling a Crim. Unless I'm playing a Crim, sorry Crim, not sorry Crim, etc. And I'm playing, a stacks kind of deck. Stacks, Death and Taxes, stuff of that nature. Yeah, if I'm playing that, then this should go in. Dolmen Gate. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to attacking creatures you control. I attack with my guys. I'm going to deal damage to your stuff. Your stuff isn't dealing damage to me, to mine. What? Yeah, that's basically what happens. I attack. My stuff deals combat damage. Your stuff doesn't. If you don't want to worry about your creatures receiving combat damage when you attack, you play this. I can't see it being a thing though. Like I understand it's an unusual effect, especially considering it's an artifact. I can't really see that being much play. Rings of Brighthearth, on the other hand, whenever you activate an ability, if it isn't a mana ability, keep in mind, mana abilities generate mana. They don't cost mana. You may pay 2. If you do, copy that ability. You may choose new triggers for that copy. This is commonly used with certain artifacts that say, hey, by the way, it costs, it costs some amount to untap this, to get extra untaps out of it. And basically generate infinite mana that way. There's other ways to use it as well. Some ways to use it are relatively benign. Imagine throwing this in Super Friends. I'll activate my Planeswalker. With that ability on the stack, I'll pay 2 mana via Rings of Brighthearth and make another copy of it. I don't get extra loyalty, I don't lose extra loyalty, but now I get the ability twice. Yeah, it's there are some ways to make this a rather benign card, but a lot of ways to this is incredibly easy to just. Oh my, that's a very powerful effect. Thousand Year Elixir, which I used for the thumbnail for this. Um, you can activate abilities of creatures you control as though those creatures had taste. Pay 1 and tap it, untap target creature. as Mirandel? What's I do not know what Mirandel is. Mirandel. Never even heard of it. Never even heard of it. Click on the card. Yeah, no. Not a thing I would probably not a thing I'd find myself playing. Um, just because I I'm more interested. Well, first of all, I'm more interested in the unusual oddball cards. And trying to find homes for them. I've actually got I haven't got this saved anywhere accessible to other people. But I have a list of cards that I'm tracking that I'm like, I should put this in a deck somewhere, or I should remember to ask about this, or I should, like, for example, Angel of Fury. 6 mana for a 3/5 flyer. When it dies, you can shuffle it back into your deck. If you have a way to keep getting this back, like if you have a way to make sure this dies when you want it to, so for example, um, Ashnod's Altar, then this can stop you from dying to mill infinitely. And is a lot less expensive than a lot of other cards that have a that have an effect that in that context is relevant. um, Fencer's Mage Mark, a series of cards I completely forgot about. Kind of like just kind of ignored. And then I'm going through the Guild Patch, you know, a couple of, what was this? About a month or so ago. And I saw this, I'm like, I should put this um in my Squee Goblin Nabob deck because I'm going to have other creatures also that I'm going to want to throw enchantments on. Because that's the entire premise of the deck. And so suddenly having two, three, two or three creatures that suddenly, hey, by the way, they both get +1/+1 and first strike. Cool. Um, I was looking at Mono White Burn recently, probably like 3 months ago or so. you know, Hallowed Ground. Return target non-snow land you control to its owner's hand. Combined with Sunscorched Desert. When it enters, 1 damage target player or planeswalker. You can consistently deal a damage to an opponent every turn that way. You can do it more often if you've got ways to get extra lanes into play. So I'm less interested in cards that what's more popular and more interested in looking at cards that people forgot about and saying, we should play this more. And some of these cards have ended up in some of my decks because they're cards I completely overlooked because I was looking for, cards that do A, B, or C. And it's like, oh, I need to remember this is a thing that exists. Um, yeah, thousand year elixirs, almost giving haste. Honestly, most of the times that I would consider playing Thousand Year Elixir, I would probably just find a way to give my stuff haste instead. Springleaf Drum, on the other hand, oh my dog. My My favorite card to combo with this. I know I talk about this. Some people who think I might talk about this too much is Scare Tiller. 4 mana for 1/4. Whenever it becomes tapped, you can either take a land from your hand and put it in play tapped, or get a land back from your graveyard and put in play tapped. Well, if you look at Scare Tiller in combination with an effect like Springleaf Drum, which really at that point all I care about is a way to tap my Scare Tiller. You have a card like Riveteer's Overlook in your graveyard. When it enters, sack it. When you do, search for a basic swamp, mountain, or forest, put on battlefield, tap, then shuffle and gain a life. Well, if I use Scare Tiller's second option, return target land from graveyard to the battlefield tapped. When this enters, it doesn't care. When it enters, sacrifice it. It doesn't matter if it enters tapped or not. Comes back into play, sack right away. Get a basic out of my deck, gain a life. Get a basic out of my deck, put in play tapped, and gain a life. I've fetched a land out of my deck. I've incidentally generated a mana. And I've gained a life. And just that little combination of cards is like dealing with Soul Ring every turn. But potentially better because you're getting the lands into play every turn, and the more basics that you run, the better it is. Springleaf Drum, yes, has got uses outside that. I mean, there's other cards that care about being tapped or whatever. I really like Springleaf Drum. And then 16 cards left. Again, there's going to be cycles. So let's go through the cycles real quick. Howtooth Hollow, originally had Hideaway. Now it's got Hideaway 4 because they decided they need to put a number on it. Hideaway, you look at the top X cards, in this case 4 of your library, exile 1 face down, put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. So it's kind of like Scryfall, but one of them gets exiled. Usually people tuck it under the land that's got Highway. Land enters tapped. Taps for a mana of the appropriate color, in this case black. Pay a mana of the appropriate color. And then tap the land. Allows you to play the exile card without paying its mana cost if condition. Generally the hardest one in Commander is each player is empty-handed. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. I believe you get to play the card now. Now here's the fun part. If it's got Hideaway, and you hit away a land, you get to do this. You play the card, which means playing your land for the land, as a land drop, or casting a spell. Because this is possible with 4 cards. You could hit nothing but land. If each player has no cards in hand, you have to make sure the entire table is empty-handed. If somebody draws a card with this on the stack, you can no longer play the card. Showdock Isle. Does the library have 20 or fewer cards in it? Hard to pull off, but feasible during the course of gameplay. And it's a library. It could be yours. If an opponent was dealt 7 or more damage this turn, you're playing red. You should be able to, like if you've got dragons, for example. Dragons can get there. Goblins have got a few lords. A couple of reasonable burn spells. Something. It does say 7 or more damage. It does not say lost 7 or more life. So a regular burn spell, like lightning bolt or whatever, would count towards it. But something that says target player loses, loses 10 life, or that sets an opponent's life total to 10, they're losing life. They're not taking damage. If you attacked with 3 or more creatures this turn, fairly easy. 10 or more power. 10 or more power combined between all your creatures. Fairly easy. So, yeah, this feels about right in terms of how difficult it is to pull off. You're playing the appropriate colors. Windbrisk Kites and Mossberg Bridge should be fairly easy. Spine Rock Knoll and Shelldock Isle, I think, would depend on the kind of deck in general. Helltooth Hollow, I think it would be very difficult. You'd have to build around emptying everyone's hand as often as possible. Alright, Vivid Lands. All 5 Vivid Lands. Are you playing more than one color? Is the color of the Vivid Land in question in your deck? Do you have proliferation shenanigans? You might want to play these. These are basically pseudo basics. They enter tapped with 2 counters on them. You can tap them for 1 mana of the appropriate color, or tap and remove remove one of the 2 charge counters off it to add a mana of any color. So you're always going to be able to tap them for mana. I would say if you're playing at least 3 colors, you probably want to be considering these. If you're playing 2 colors, probably not. If you're playing 4 or 5, you might have to, depending on, like, part of this too is budget requirements. 530? That can't be right. Why is... I want to see this. Why do you say you're 530? They're not. I don't know where it got 530 from. But that is weird. Whoops. Control Shift T. Yeah, these numbers make more sense. 76 cents, 38 cents. Yeah, generally speaking, I'm probably looking at like 50 cents a pop for these. You're paying more than 50 cents. You're probably paying too much. But, yeah, you're playing at least 3 colors. Consider them. at least look into them because it gives you the ability to generate. And generating mana of the appropriate color twice is probably about what you need. And then the last 5, Shimmering Grotto. There's better filter lands out now. You've also got the lands that, and I used to call them lands with a mana cost. See cards like Rupture Spire, enters tapped. When it enters, sack unless you pay 1. Tap for any color. I consider this land with a mana cost. It sounds weird. It probably is weird. But it's a land that you can't keep around unless you pay its cost up front. I would generally play those instead. But now Shimmering Grotto, we have better options than that now. We've got like we've got Cave of Temptation and variants thereof that are the exact same card with an additional ability, in this case putting two counters on a creature. Or in standard right now, there's basically a Shimmering Grotto that comes out of play in I can't remember if it's Scry or Surveil, etc. And then there's these 5 lands, all based around one of the 5 creature types that's relevant to Lorwyn. Lorwyn itself, not Lorwyn block. And they all do the same thing. So it taps for 1 of 2 colors. As it enters, you can, so you know how the shock lands work, where it's like, as it enters, you can pay 2 life. If you don't, this enters tapped. This is the same thing, except instead of paying 2 life, you have to reveal a card of the appropriate creature type. Wanderwine Hub, reveal Merfolk. Auntie's Hovel, reveal Goblin. Ancient Amphitheater, reveal Giant. Giltleaf Palace, reveal a Elf. Secluded Glen, reveal a Fairy. And I think they're all good enough in their relevant decks. I feel like Secluded Glen and Giltleaf Palace don't need it as much as the others. I think you can get away with playing other options instead. Ancient Amphitheater, I don't think there's enough dual lands that you can, between allied and opposing. Wanderwine Hub, Andy's Havo, Seclude Glen, all doing allied. Ancient Amphitheater, Giltleaf Palace doing opposing. I feel like there's enough dual land options that if you can't pin this down, there's another option you can throw in. And some people may be less enthused by it. I would rather, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I would rather be off by a turn and be able to generate the color of mana I need when I need it than be stuck on mana, not be able to generate the color I need. I would rather play And this is part of the reason I have such an issue with pathways. Lands that tap for more than one color that have the ability to enter tap or enter untapped have historically always tapped for one of the two colors, and you don't have to decide that when you play the card. The pathways, you have to make that decision as you're trying to play the card. Do I want this on red or do I want this on blue? And then you're locked in. Whereas, you play, for example, Steam Vents. Enters, I'll pay 2 life. Cool. It now taps for red, white, and 8 for red, and blue, white, and 8 for blue. Done. And so Ancient Amphitheater, and or the Painlands like Karplusan Forest and Caves of Koilos. All these so many options at rare for lands that can enter untapped and just generate the mana that you want when you need it. Even City of Brass and what's the modern version of City of Brass called? Mana Confluence. Stuff like that. I would much rather play those over the pathways because they give me the ability to tap for the color mana I need at that point. I don't have to decide, if I need red this turn and green from the same land the following turn. I don't, it's nice to be able to go, cool, this is the land I need, and just play it. But anyway, it is 1 o'clock. I have been at this for about nearly 7 hours. Let's just take a quick boo at what's in Morningtide next week. Lunk Errant. That's adorable. And there are ways to make that work. If you manage to get extra attack steps, this will just grow bigger and bigger and bigger every turn. Like every attack step. That's hilarious. But anyway, I will catch you all next week. Hopefully it won't take me an extra... I wasn't expecting it to take 7 hours. It took 7 hours. Anyway, good night everyone.